Sunny's dream crash like a Boeing plane. Ooh, ooh, ooh. 400 million right down the drain. Ooh. But a dollar store knockoff of Overwatch, what a shame. Now we laugh. It's Concord in the Hall of Lame. Yellow trash can with pronouns, what a joke. Nobody wanna play that except the weird folk. Hermit holes, climbs will devs hit the highway. At least Concord will never again see the light of day. Ooh, 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 ooh. What the hell is even Etsy? Some kind of fish? Oh wait, I got it, she's Tracer that you order from Wish. Kip's up in here with the cheap pantsuit, chillin'. She's the bubblegum knockoff of Hillary Clinton. Lennox in a life vest looking bored. He's the bastard love child of Killer Croc and Star Wars. Just 600 players, what a massive fail. Whoever greenlit this should be in jail. The player base could fit inside a high school lunchroom. Everyone except Herman knew this game was doomed. Whoa, 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 Herman is a prick. Whoa, 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 whoa. The absolute state of modern AAA makes me sick. Yellow trash can with pronouns, what a joke. Nobody wanna play that except the weird folk. Hermit holes, climbs will devs hit the highway. At least Concord will never again see the light of day. Ooh, 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 ooh. Theo is just David Duchovny, but lame. He's the most generic white man I've ever seen in a game. Hey, Mars, an insufferable, arrogant woman. She's generic agent number 607. And the rest, well, I couldn't bother to remember. They're all gone and buried, they couldn't be any deader. Yellow trash can with pronouns, what a joke. Nobody wanna play that except the weird folk. Hermit holes, climbs will devs hit the highway. At least Concord will never again see the light of day. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Welcome aboard, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 9th episode of this wonderful show we have here over on Welcome to the Foxhole. How are you doing? Asta is here, chat. Rosa has finally had really good news happen in her life. So she is with Patho, having fun. We'll just say having fun. They're having fun. She'll be back for the next episode, which is not going to be next weekend. It will be the following weekend because I'm going to be out of town next weekend. So I'm going to be house hunting in Florida. But in the meantime, I have Asta has graciously agreed to fill in for Rosa. Thank you so much, Asta. Say hi, Asta. I need to turn the music down. I know. You're like the off-on co-host, aren't you? It's like every other week or something, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm the off co-host. Yeah, I'm there when they don't have a fucking guest. I am the permanent guest, I would say.
I think it all, muted? I think it all worked out pretty well because, you couldn't be there on Wednesday because it was a guest night or whatever, and I was able to fill in for that, and you're able to fill in here, so you don't get to miss things, you know.
Exactly. I get to give my takes on whatever's going on in the world.
Yeah. How's my house hunting going? Pretty good. I am excited. I'm going to Florida on Thursday, and I am coming back Sunday night. So I have about a dozen houses that I'm going to be looking at, not like in Orlando, but like the towns that are around Orlando, if that makes sense. Because like living in the city, number one, it's too expensive, and number two, I don't like living in cities.
Valid, so valid. Fuck living in cities.
Like, I want to live like within an hour of the major city. You know what I mean? So there's a few towns. There's a lot of really good prospects. I'm hoping that I find something. I found a mansion that's within my price range.
Damn!
Like
how is it living in a mansion,
This
guys?
thing is no
Holy
joke.
shit.
This thing is no joke of mansion. It is a 6-bed, 5-bath, like 1 acre plot of land. It is like this. It is a compound. It is a beautiful compound that is in my price range. I'm not gonna buy. I'm gonna look at it just because I want to look at it. I'm not gonna buy it though, because it's like I literally just me. There's no fucking way I'm gonna take care of that place.
Just fucking buy that place and make it like a fucking refuge for VTubers. You know, just fucking make it like a YouTuber mansion. You know.
well, one of the whole points. I mean, you're not actually far off from the plan. The idea is that like I'm probably gonna get like a 5-bed, 3-bath. There's a lot of like new builds and stuff around Central Florida that are like 5-bed, 3-bath, and the idea is that I want to be able to have like a mother-in-law suite. Do you know what that is?
No
A mother-in-law suite is like it's like a section of the house that's like on its own. So it's like it has like its own entrance. It's like think of it as like a 1-bedroom apartment. That's like a part of the house, but they have their own entrance. So that way, like, you know, basically, like when I have one parent left, that parent can move into that place, and like so they can I can take care of them, but they're also not like invading my life. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
That makes total sense.
So that leaves 4 beds, 2-bath, and the idea is that I use the master bedroom and bath, and I obviously for my bedroom, and then I turn one of the bedrooms into like a helmsman, you know, hobby room basically. Like, you know, I do my workout, my streaming, model building, all that kind of stuff would be in that room, and then the other 2 bedrooms would be bedrooms, just that, and it'd literally be for like if we have to do like collective get-togethers or anything. I can have people over. You know what I mean? That's like the whole idea, actually.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a great idea.
Collective HQ, actually, I mean, honestly, yes. It's kind of the idea, I think.
The collective HQ.
Yeah, it's not centrally located, but.
I mean, you have Rosa living in Florida, so.
Well, she's moving to Alabama with Patho, remember?
Oh, they're going to Alabama. I thought Patho was to Florida. Oh, shit.
Well, the idea is that they're gonna rent in Alabama, and then at some point they want to like find a house to buy back in Florida and then move down back to Florida. That's the idea. So, but yeah, I'm excited. I'm kind of nervous too, because I'm nervous that like I don't find anything, and then I'm like, fuck. At that point, I kind of have to wait like a few months for like another like fresh round of houses to get onto the market. And honestly, that would suck though, because that basically means waiting until the spring, and that's when everybody else is buying too, which means I'm going to be I'm going to get into bidding wars, and I don't want to do that. So I really hope that I could find something that I can make a solid offer on, like by like not like over the weekend, but like by the following weekend. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
So, but. Yeah. So I think we got everything set up. Oh yeah. I am really close, chat. I wasn't able to finish it in time. But I will. I have 2 weeks. And I have some time to just kind of waste inside of a hotel room. So I will be spending a good amount of that time coming up with a few new AI songs. I have the one that I played for Concord, but Concord's already kind of like done and out of the news. And but I have another one cooking for Veilguard, and I have another one cooking for how shitty of a company Boeing has become. So those two, like I have them. I basically got to go back, and I have about 60% of the lyrics to rewrite for both of them. But I'm close. But I'm getting there. I have the structure figured out. I have the style figured out. I just got to go back and rewrite all the lyrics. So be ready for that on the comeback stream on episode 10. So Well,
Good
with that-
timing, though.
What? Say it again.
It's good timing. The 10th episode, a new song comes out.
Yeah, it's kind of like a miniature milestone, I guess. Also, the
Yeah.
I need to reshare with you.
Yeah.
What happened to it? Why did it do that? That's strange.
Mhm.
There we go. There you go. Okay.
Show me the news.
They can't see it yet. Chat can't see it yet. But,
Chat doesn't need to see. Man.
but let's shift over to you. How have you been, Asta? Why don't you kind of similar nature to what you all do over there on the OCP? How's your week been?
Okay.
Maybe a little bit shorter because we go over more news over here.
yeah. I'll do my best. My week has been eventful. My dad had like a small accident. He broke his wrist, so I spent like a lot of time like going to hospitals and shit and like doing things for him, because he has one left hand. So yeah, it's been pretty chill. Spend most time at home, going out, doing chores, taking him to the hospital, bringing him back. I did, however, get to watch the new season of Arcane, the first 3 new episodes that are out right now, and that was fucking sick. Arcane is so fucking good, man.
I did a watch party in the Discord last night for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. What do you think about it? I love it. I love it so much.
It's not as good as season 1.
I mean, yeah.
But again, I feel like that's kind of like almost like an unfair comparison because season 1 is like probably like one of the most phenomenal pieces of television, animated or otherwise, ever made. So it's kind of like an unfair bar to compare it against. But the thing is that even like comparing it to that bar, it still holds up well.
Oh, yeah,
my opinions of it are still very much overall positive. I have a few issues. I think it feels like the plot has a lot to get through, to the point where the pacing is so damn fast in comparison to the first season that it's going so fast that it almost feels like it's dragging the characters along with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm a little worried about the potential for the time jittering caused by the wild runes to basically create like some Deus Ex Machina kind of shit, which I do not like in storytelling.
That sucked.
I hope that they don't rely on it too much, but we'll see. As long as they set it up, if they set it up properly, then you can get away with it as a payoff. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that I'm confident enough in the writers to at least get that level met. So we'll see. They are blue balling the fuck out of a Warwick, and that that payoff better be fucking good.
It better be so good. Dude. No, when Warwick shows up, it'd best be like the fucking, I don't know, like the best scene ever.
We'll see, but they've been like, because remember that's the very first. That is literally the very first thing they ever teased with season 2. It was like 6 months or so after season 1 ended, they released like that. It's like a 45-second little short. It's like a POV of like Warwick just like running through the Undercity. So they that was like the very first thing they ever teased. And then what else? The action is fucking phenomenal. That rat cat guy, the Chem Baron guy, he's like the cat or whatever the fuck, the rat thing with that has like the mechanical arm and legs and stuff like that. Man, the animation on that guy was so incredible.
So fluid.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not fluid. It's like choppy and stuff. Like, because that's like the way his mechanics are. Like, it's just so well done. And the thing is, like, I read that the budget for both season 1 and 2 combined on this show is $250 million, which makes it the most expensive animation project in history. but
Yeah.
you could also see it. You could see every dollar on the screen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Like you
Absolutely.
could,
They're
yeah.
fucking
So
masters at what they do.
yeah, it's really freaking cool. I hope we get more animation projects like it in the future, but at that price point, I don't know. I know that
Yeah,
I know
it's
that they do
hard.
have more in the future. Like they plan on doing more
Mhm.
projects in the future. Whether or not they're going to use like 4T Studios for it, I don't know. We'll
Yeah.
see. I kind of want
We'll
them
see.
to, but
If
we'll
it's-
see.
If it's like Riot, like I can see it happening because Riot is just sitting on fat stacks of money.
Well,
You know what I mean?
we don't know if
With-
that's
with
true though.
Valorant and League, all these things like are the biggest video games right now, right? I mean, maybe League's kind of dying a little bit, but Valorant's still very much.
Valorant's is huge. League is still fucking huge. You know, even though
Yeah.
it's like it's kind of like downturning a little bit, it's still like easily
Mhm.
like the biggest esport
Oh,
out
yeah, it's
there.
still. Yeah, very much so.
But they did have those layoffs at the beginning of this year though, and they had to cut.
They did?
That's
Oh, I
what
didn't
they.
hear about
Yeah,
that.
they remember they closed Riot Forge, and
Oh no,
yeah.
I remember that.
yeah, they closed Riot
Fuck.
Forge, and they severely downsized the team that's doing Legends of Runeterra, the card game, which really
yeah,
bummed
no,
me
that
out because
sucks.
that's my jam is that card game.
Mhm.
So that was sad. But
Yeah.
they do have a lot of cash. I mean, this
They
is
do.
fucking Tencent. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. So we'll see. I really do hope because this is the final season of like this show. But I know that they have said that they plan to do other different shows that highlight other parts of the world of Runeterra.
Yeah.
And honestly, like like there's so many good places they can go. They can do the Noxus
Oh,
versus
so many.
Dalmatia war.
Ooh.
They can
that
go
would be
to
cool.
Ionia and do magic shit over there. Or what I prefer, I want them to go to Bilgewater. You know,
Bilgewater would be
Yeah,
so sick.
I-
I mean, it is your theme, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's right up your alley.
I would love them to go to Bilgewater. Either that or just go to Noxus. Like those are like my top
see,
two. Is like you go
yeah.
back in time to the Noxus Dalmatian War, or
Yeah,
you just
no,
head
that
over
would
to
be-
Bilgewater, which
Bro.
so I think either of those could be freaking cool.
Mhm.
And they're more grounded, relatively more grounded than. Well, I mean, Dalmatia is obviously like literally like the land of magic, land of like wizards and mages and shit.
Mhm. Yeah.
Ionia is the land of magic. But there's so many really cool places because it's like, yeah, everybody like memes on the game, but like you can rag on the game all you want. It's super fucking popular.
Yeah.
It's crazy popular. And the world building that they've done for that, the world of Runeterra is absolutely phenomenal. And honestly, I think
It's
they'll also
so
get a
cool.
big cash, they'll get a nice big spike in cash flow when they release that fighting game.
Oh yeah, the fighting game.
That
yeah.
fighting game, I think, is going to do well.
Yeah, because it did well when they released the beta.
The beta,
didn't it?
yeah, the beta did really, really
I
well.
remember seeing all over the place.
People were
Yeah.
like really surprised at how good it played, because like fighting games, you have to hire the right people who know what the fuck they're
Yeah.
doing to do a fighting game
Absolutely.
right.
Yeah.
And everybody was like surprised. It's like, whoa, like this is actually like way better. It feels like a top level fucking fighting game. That's awesome.
Mhm.
So, yeah, Arcane. I'm going to be organizing watch parties for part 2 and 3 as well. So look out for that. I'm going to do part 2 next Tuesday. Not this upcoming Tuesday, but the following Tuesday. The Tuesday after I get back.
Yeah.
And then I just got to be like really vigilant about staying off of Twitter because of spoilers and shit. Because we're gonna get
Oh, yeah.
we're gonna get emo Pit Fighter Vi in part 2.
Bro.
We're
Oh my god.
we're gonna get we're gonna get
drunk
Warwick.
Jace.
Like Warwick
I
is
feel
actually
like-
gonna show up.
Is he gonna show up in the next part? I felt like he was gonna show up only like at the
No, because
last part.
they released a teaser on Netflix, like teasing the next part, and it showed like both Vi and Jinx facing off against Warwick.
Oh,
Yeah,
Gotcha,
so-
gotcha.
I actually have this theory
That's gonna be
because
sick,
like there's
man.
like this really strong theme of fatherhood in the first season. And I actually think that like they might come full circle. Like this is what I think might happen is full circle, and Vander, because like Warwick / Vander, right?
Yeah.
He's like this father figure to both of them, and I feel like he might be like the thing that like kind of reconciles like Vi and Jinx again. It's like basically like bringing Vander back out from Warwick. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. There's a lot of things they can do with it. Like obviously they kind of have to be like frenemies at the end.
Yeah.
You know, but they can like reconcile with each other in the end somehow. So.
Yeah, there was a lot of like bitterness in their last fight, right? Like it didn't feel like any of them like they were going at it, but I felt like they were still like holding on to their past selves, even though they were like so oh my sister is dead and I'm gonna fucking kill you and shit. But then when it came like to the to the climax, they were still very reluctant.
Yeah, it's like when Vi tells Caitlyn to like take the shot. You know what I mean? Like she because she says like my sister is gone. Like the way she talks about it, she sounds like she's trying to convince herself that it's true. You know, like there's like it's like there's this modicum like deep down inside her that doesn't believe it. You know?
Yeah.
So, and it's true too, because when she had the chance at the end, she had Jinx pinned down, and Jinx had basically given up, and Vi could have done it right there, but she didn't, because there's still that modicum of, there can be we can reconcile, we can be together as sisters again. You know what I mean? So
that shimmer of hope.
I'm really looking forward, and I'm also like Ambessa has like shot to the top. Shot to the top of the list of like characters I love at the show. She's great. And I really like, because I don't really know like super duper like League lore, but like whatever this thing is that's like hunting her and her family down, like with this Black Rose thing. I don't know what it's called in the lore or whatever, but they do a really good job. Yeah, but like I'm looking at it as an outsider, I'm just like, they've done a really good job of making that thing like actually like a real serious threat. Because it just like straight up like shows up and kidnaps Mel or whatever. Like she is gone.
Fucking no more.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Like where did she go?
Yeah, dude. So, it's so like it means business, because the Ambessa has all this time she has been like this symbol of power, and she's like nothing can stop her, right? And then this one old lady put her on her knees. Right?
Yeah.
That shit was like so like you felt the tense,
And I really do like how they're weaving Noxus into like the main part of the story. Like Noxus is becoming like front and center, and I also liked how they actually revealed that it was actually Noxus that's been fueling the war behind the scenes this whole time, which is really interesting. So like I'm really excited to see where it goes. When Cordell, it will be it'll be on Tuesday what day is it? Tuesday. I haven't scheduled it yet, but Tuesday the 19th. It'll be Tuesday the 19th at 11 p.m. Eastern time. And it's 2 hours long. Each part is 2 hours. 3 episodes, 40 minutes each. So anyway. Okay, let's move on from Arcane. What else have you been up to?
Basically just it. I've been
really?
meaning to watch more. Yeah, because I've been meaning to watch like Bleach and Dandadan, but I couldn't have the time yet.
Yeah, your dad's been really kind of occupying things. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, man, I just had this one like night to watch Arcane because I was so hyped, and like everyone was talking about it. You know what? Fuck it. Might as well.
It's great. I swear to God, this is the only show I've ever watched that has me rooting for the lesbians.
They're really good lesbians. Like
because, well, that's the thing. It's just like usually, pretty much every single time, whatever gay characters are put into a story, the writers just have them be gay, and that's all there is to them.
That's it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the center point of their relationship is not the gayness. It's like
no, they have like it feels like a real relationship, like this will they, won't they, on again, off again, oil and water kind of relationship, and it works. So and it's actually they don't treat them like one-dimensional children. They treat them like complex adults. And it's like,
yeah, no, absolutely. When they talk and like how Vi had like Kate be like, "Oh, please don't change. I don't like everyone in my life always change. I don't want you to change." And Kate's like, "Yeah, no, I'm gonna and keeps being myself."
Yeah, Caitlyn's been just absolutely radicalized.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
like
when her mom dying just snapped her, and she's just and then Mbessa basically makes her like the fucking military queen of Piltover. It's like, geez, like,
bro,
Kate,
when I saw that, I was like, nah,
dude, Kate has become fucking scary because even like Vi's like scared of her.
Yeah, Vi's scared of her.
Yeah,
it's fucking. Bro, they had like the fucking coat ready for her and all.
Yeah.
This was so metal. Like when I saw, I kind of knew that Mbessa wouldn't let the twink be like important because he's kind of
It's interesting how much more of a role that guy has in this one. So
yeah, because he was very forgettable in the first season.
Well, it's also interesting too because like there's a power vacuum on both sides. There's a power vacuum. Like the council gets. Half of them get killed, and so that and Noxus is in the picture, so there's this weird power play going on the Piltover side, and then obviously with Silco dead, there's a power vacuum between the Chem Barons on the Zon side. So it's really interesting to watch. Like my only characterization gripe, this is my only characterization gripe, is that Savika seems pretty more or less cool with Jinx, despite the fact that Jinx is the one that killed Silco. Like, I feel like there's a conversation there or a confrontation that needed to happen that didn't happen.
I felt like that. They had a little moment when they kind of like.
I feel like it needed more. I feel like it needed a whole scene to reconcile that. Because like what happens is like they're just what is it? Savika just kind of goes into Silco's office. Obviously he's not there, and then Jinx happens to be there too, and they have this kind of standoff. This kind of moment, but like. Savika just disarms pretty quick and just kind of accepts it, which I was like, I kind of expected more of a confrontation between the two.
I also kind of expected
because Savika hated Jinx.
She always did.
And she was right to. She hated Jinx because Jinx was going to get in the way of Silco's dream, and that's exactly what happened. So
that's exactly what happened.
Savika was 100% correct. And she seemed to kind of just accept it kind of quick, which I felt was like, okay.
Yeah.
Like other than that though, I think everybody's on point characterization wise. Like things are moving fast. And I get how I could buy Kate kind of radicalizing really quickly.
No, I can buy that.
So because she's very much very much a headstrong kind of character. So it makes sense. And then Vi basically doesn't have anyone to protect anymore, and that's always been her role. Like she's not a fighter, she's a protector, right?
Exactly.
So without anyone to protect, she's basically listless. She has no direction, she has no purpose. Which is why we're going to get Pit Viper Vi in the next part because Caitlyn basically like abandoned her. Yeah,
I saw someone do like a parallel with this last episode of the first part with the last episode of the first part of first season where Vi does the exact same thing
to Powder.
Fucking hitting her and abandoning her. Bro, I saw that and I got chills because it was like, bro, it is full circle.
I'm also like. What the hell is with this kid that's following Jinx around?
I don't know.
That's weird to me. That whole thing is weird, and it feels like she's like literally plot armor because she's like the reason that Vi didn't deliver the punch, and also the reason that Vi saved Jinx from Caitlyn's bullet is because this random kid just decided to just come out of nowhere and just enter Jinx's life.
And stay there.
I don't know
whatever
what's
you
going
say.
on there, but
And the kid doesn't even have lines.
I know
like-
she doesn't even speak. She's just there.
Yeah,
It's like,
we-
what the fuck
like-
is this kid?
when I saw them together, like Svika, Jinx, and the kid, I thought it's gonna be like a fun trio, like a
Mhm.
grumpy aunt, and Jinx gonna be like the crazy cousin, and the kid's gonna look up to. But it doesn't really have that. It's just
She's
they're
just kind of there.
Yeah,
It's like
they're
what
just kinda
what? Yeah, it's
doing their thing, and the kid is there. You know.
they need to do more with the kid. If they're gonna have
Yeah,
her in there, then
absolutely.
do more. Then actually do something with her. Don't just use her as
because
plot
right
armor.
now- Yeah,
For
it's kinda
Jinx.
lame.
So, on the other kid's side, I really do like Maddie, the plucky new recruit
Yeah,
on the
Maddie-
enforcer
Maddie,
side.
I-
She's adorable.
She is.
I was afraid she was gonna die with the giant chem punk dude.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was like, oh no, I really like Maddie. She's adorable. I don't want her to die yet.
Well, it would be good for the plot reason, right? But I
We'll see.
feel like it's good that she didn't die.
Yeah.
But I feel like she's gonna have like some sort of role with Kate. You know, still being this optimistic young cop. You know, like that
Yeah.
wants to do stuff that are good, right? I feel like she's still gonna have like some sort of development to give Kate. What I didn't understand is that fucking guy, that drunk that met by, and he just became a cop. It was like, was he a cop before?
No, he was always a cop. But
Oh, he was always a
if
cop.
I didn't know that she was getting drunk with a cop.
That was so like out
Yeah.
of nowhere for me. Because like the guy just sat next to her and they started drinking. I was like, okay, he's gonna like this cool,
And it turns out that he's been
dysfunctional
an enforcer the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? How? Where does this guy come from? Like, I found it kind of random the way he showed up and just,
Yeah.
you know, just
Okay.
also just by.
Um,
Anyways,
let me get through. I said everything about house hunting. Game wise, I'm still just playing Enshrouded, because the big new update dropped like a few days ago. So I've been playing the hell out of it. That and then I think I'm already kind of like burnt out on it. So I'm probably going to be moving on kind of soon. Especially once when I get back from the vacation, I'm probably not going to pick it up again until the next update. I haven't done everything in it, but I also don't want to do everything in it because, like, it's still in alpha. You know, it's still in pre-release.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I want to save some for the actual release of the game. You know, but yeah. Other than that, what else? I played the demo for Axe of Blood, which is this really cool. It's like. It looks kind of like it's going to be like Sifu. You've ever played Sifu?
Oh yeah.
But it's not. It's basically like, think of like the Arkham games with Batman. Think of that kind of combat, but like in the world of the Raid movies. Have you ever seen the Raid?
Yeah.
Or the Raid 2?
Raid.
They're really, really, really fucking good. Like really like hard hitting, bloody R-rated martial arts movies.
Oh yeah, no, I did, yeah.
It's like that. It's like that. And it has some issues. Boss fight was lame, and the combat is is so simplistic because like Batman, there's all the different gadgets. So you have all these different things you can do. But in this, you're just like a guy. You know, you're just a guy. So the combat gets kind of repetitive. Like even after one level and like one arena, I was like, wow, I'm kind of already bored with this, which is a shame. But it's also an alpha, and I have a feeling that there's going to be like an RPG system where you gain new abilities and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm still optimistic about it, cautiously so. But I think it has potential.
Right.
And then what else? What else have I done? I can't think of anything else really. I just played like the new Legends of Runeterra had like an event, like all the League games had an event that coincided with Arcane.
Nice.
So I bought the battle pass, and I've been kind of working through the new card game content. And I'm still playing AFK Journey too. I like that game.
Oh yeah, I'm still playing that.
Yeah, I like that game.
Kinda.
But
I mean, I like that game, but I also am getting like kind of burned out to it, right?
yeah, I'm
Because
already
it's,
at
like-
the end of this current season. I'm probably going to be putting it down pretty soon here. because there's literally nothing left to do in the game.
Yeah,
Except like
kinda
grinding and like I'm trying to make the absolute best team that you can, and I'm just like, I don't play these games. I play the game to collect characters. That's really the only reason I play. So I have no interest in like maxing out the efficiency of my team in the end game. I don't care.
Yeah.
So
it gets a little. I feel like if that's even worse because it's like you don't play the game, right?
yeah, exactly. And this is this is the burden of all live service games, is keeping people's attention. So
yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty much. Oh yeah, I also I still haven't. God, chat, it's so hard for me to get through this Yakuza show.
Oh, is it out already?
Yeah, it's on Amazon. It's out. It's like it's 6 episodes, and it's not good. I have tried and failed to get through the whole thing 3 times now. I don't know if I'm ever gonna get through it, man. And you know me, like I'm like a massive Yakuza fan. I literally play it every single week on stream. You know, like it's and I just can't. I can't get myself through the show. I just can't do it. But which is a shame. But
yeah, that is a shame. I know Jazz was also very excited about this.
Yeah, I kind of dampened his expectations on the OCP when I talked about it. So.
Damn. I mean, it is what it is, you know.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, it doesn't affect the games at all. The games are still great. I fucking can't wait for Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, whatever it's called, which is basically like, it's like starring Goro Majima, and it's like the Skull and Bones that we should have gotten. But all right, that's my week. So I guess with that, I think we're ready to get into the news now.
All right.
So let's start with the absolute most obvious.
Yeah.
Hang on. What the hell?
Let's address the elephant in the room.
Yeah, the most obvious news story of the day. Trump won. It was chat. I had to like search a lot for interesting articles this last week just because the headlines are just dominated by the election. Like every story is about the damn election. It's like, oh my god. So Trump won, and it was a very decisive victory. He won.
Yeah.
He won the popular vote. He got more than 300 electoral votes, which I don't know how familiar you are with the American electoral system. Not a lot. But I kind of get it, but you know. Well, the idea is that whoever gets the majority in a state, like each state has a certain number of electoral votes according to its population size. So like Nevada has a very low population, so it's only worth like 4 or 5 or 6 electoral votes, whereas like Texas is worth like 50 or some shit, like some ludicrous amount, because there's way more people in Texas. And since whoever wins the state wins the electoral votes, there's 2 states that split the electoral votes. And then it's just whoever gets the most electoral votes wins. That's the way it works.
Right.
And generally, you need 270 to win. If you get more than 300, it's like a dominating land. It's called a landslide. That's what a landslide is. A landslide victor is anything over 300 electoral votes. So he wins fucking everything. He gets 312 electoral votes. He wins. He's gonna win the House. He's already won the Senate. And the Republicans have the majority of the governorships. I think there's 29 Republican governors and state legislatures across the country. So like literally everything is majority Republican now.
Right.
And so it was a decisive victory. Now, I'm not going to get super in detailed about the election. This isn't a political show. I'm going to cover politics of this magnitude, though. I'm going to cover it, obviously. But I did find a lot of interesting, fun little stories that are surrounding the election. The first series is about consequences. First of which, Hamas calls for immediate end to war after Trump election win. So basically, Hamas is scared shitless.
Bro.
Qatar has also announced that they are not allowing Hamas into their country, and that happened like 1 or 2 days ago. So like, there's already like serious implications happening in regards to the wars around the world. The two biggest of which obviously are the Israeli-Palestine conflicts, which is what this is involved in. The other one is the Ukraine-Russia war, and there's already like Zelensky is already like, yeah, let's find a path to peace. Let's. So they're talking about a demilitarized zone similar to the 38th parallel between North and South Korea. It'll be managed by British troops primarily, and it's going to be in place for 20 years, essentially. That's the plan from what I've read about that one. So yeah, the wars are already the war people are already kind of like backing off.
Yeah, makes sense. You know, Trump did say he's gonna bomb a bunch of people. So maybe, usually people don't want to be bombed.
Another one is this one. EU chief suggests to Trump buying U.S. gas instead of Russia's. So, and this is in a direct response to the tariff threats. So EU chief Ursula von der Leyen on Friday said that she proposed to returning U.S. leader Donald Trump that the United States could supply more liquefied natural gas to the bloc to replace Russian energy. This is a big deal because if you remember, Germany basically went all in on the green the green energy scam. They shut down all of their coal plants, and then they ended up having to get subsidized massively energy-wise from Russian natural gas. So they're like supporting the war effort on Ukraine's side while at the same time financially supporting Russia through their natural gas purchases, which is retarded.
Yeah, which is, bro, like, come on, the fuck.
Yeah, it does. It's not a good look.
Yeah, definitely not.
And obviously the reason is because natural gas out of Russia is super fucking cheap. Like Russians pay practically nothing for natural gas. So this is happening. There's already like big deals going on in regards to not getting massive tariffs imposed for imports into the United States. Other things that are happening. Immigration is the third big prong on this. Mexico's migrant caravan shrinks after Trump victory, and it is actually completely dissolved. So there was this massive migrant caravan because like every few months there seems to be these giant caravans of Hispanics that just kind of walk across the border. Like they start down in South America, then they get like more and more people join it as they move north until it becomes this massive caravan. Well, the most recent one, they just dissolved the whole thing and everybody went home. So,
well,
yeah.
May also make sense.
But the thing is that all this stuff is, we laugh at it, but like what it indicates is that they need to take Trump very seriously. And you could tell like Trump ain't gonna fuck around in a second term. You know, I think it's pretty clear at this point. So yeah, this is like an example how they just kind of they migrate like birds across the continents. It's really gross, honestly, the way that what look at this, just a sea of people. It's and they even have like this is like Mexican authorities just kind of escorting them. You know, it's like what the fuck. So the three main things, like the trade wars, the actual wars, the hot wars, and then the immigration issues are like the three biggest like policy things, and all three of them are already having like serious things are already moving around the world in response to those policies. Moving on to the lighter side of things, XQC lost $700,000 at a Kamala Harris bet that he made based off of Destiny's recommendation.
Bro, why would you listen to Destiny of all people? So popular streamer XQC is a massive piece of shit, by the way.
He isn't bothered after losing $700K betting on Democratic candidate Kamala Harris to take the 2024 U.S. presidential election. Election day in the United States is officially over, and former President Donald Trump projected to take, like many other top broadcasters, Felix XQC Lengill tuned in on the night of November 5th to watch the election results live with his audience, but his energy visibly started to dip as the results came in. The day prior, fellow streamer Destiny confirmed that XQC had placed a $700,000 bet in favor of Harris after supposedly asking him who he thought would take the presidency.
That is just so dumb. Like, putting your sides like aside, this was so like evident for everyone that Trump was gonna win. Like, there's no way they were that confident.
Listen to this. So this is a 30-second clip of Destiny kind of laughing about the fact that he just casually said that he thinks that to XQC that he thinks Kamala's gonna win, and that he just put down like almost $1 million bet. even Destiny's like laughing. Well, these are all like breadtube shit libs, you know.
Bro.
So, because I know like you like I know that you like lean to the left politically more.
Yeah,
more than me and more than Rosa, definitely. But you're not like crazy breadtube people. You know? like you're like one of those few, like, you know what you kind of remind me of? You kind of remind me of like Shoe on Head, who's like on the left, but she's like one of the few ones that's still funny and still normal.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. Like these guys, they're just, bro. It is stupid. Like they're like, I understand like their position obviously because it's very similar to mine, but they're like you're gonna bet that amount of money for an election that is like so clearly not on your favor, dude. Like it's not a thing about like being optimistic or anything. This is just it is so obvious because the fucking Democratic run was such a disaster.
Well, it's not just that. It's like, yeah, I mean, there wasn't a single point. There wasn't like a single like point in Kamala's favor in the whole week leading up to the election, like that whole time. Like, and during that week you had Trump, Vance, and Elon all go on the Rogan podcast for like 3 hours each. You know what I mean? Like, I thought that Trump would be like 90 minutes and done, and no, he just stuck around for like 3 whole hours. I was like, holy shit! Like, and that's like, that goes a long fucking way because it indicates that you can just talk to people like a normal human being, you know. Yeah, and I think this is the clip of XQC canceling his bets, which is basically like, if you bet like, let's say you bet $1 million, if you cancel the bets, that means you're gonna get like 50,000 back. Like, you're still gonna lose like $950,000. You're gonna lose almost all of it still.
Yeah, because it's not that easy. Just oh no, I'm pulling back. Like, if that was the case, no, like everyone would be betting all the time because you just could get all your money back. Like, no shit.
There you go. So he's like, what the fuck is this music?
Yeah, I don't know. It's very distracting.
I'm gonna turn this off.
I can't hear them.
You don't need to hear it. You just need to see it, because at some point, but you can see him. He's like, all the energy is like gone from his face. And I think, does this one actually show it? This might not be the one that actually shows it. But there's one that shows him actually bringing up the betting tabs, and it shows like how much he put down. He put down like 3 bets that totaled up to like $700,000. And he just canceled them like 10 o'clock at
Bro.
night.
That is so dumb.
Trust me, you didn't want to hear the vids because the music was so awful. So
Yeah, it was dumb.
yeah,
Like,
it was
fucking-
awful.
They
The whole
put, like,
point
a
was
really
just
loud.
yeah.
Yeah.
The whole point of it was just seeing XQC's like energy draining out of his face. But he says later to broadcast, XQC addressed chatters that were mocking him, saying that he regularly loses massive amounts like this while gambling and arguing that it's not a big deal for his pocketbook. Guys, I lose between like 350, 400,000 to like $1 million a day, he explained. And you're gonna talk shit about 700K, brother. Peanuts stuck in the freaking sofa, brother. XQC's wealth is no secret. The streamer famously inked a $100 million non-exclusive deal with Kick back in 2023 and flashes his cash with purchases like a $500,000 AP watch and expensive sports cars. In fact, this isn't even the most cash he's lost gambling by far. During a November episode of Logan Paul's Impulsive Cat podcast, he revealed that he's likely lost $100 million in total. So this guy is like gambling
that is
away.
A problem. Yeah,
Dude,
this is a problem, right?
Yeah, he is going to end up broke if he keeps this shit up.
Yeah, absolutely. He is.
Yeah. It's just these people live in a different world, man.
They do. Dude, there's
Like,
so much money. $100 million.
I can't imagine just like casually like I lost upper six figures, whatever. And the thing is, I 100%
whatever.
believe him. You know what I mean? Like,
No, yeah, I
the
also
thing is,
believe
like,
that, but, like-
I don't think he's coping. I believe him 100%. I do think it's fucking peanuts stuck in the sofa for him. You know?
Yeah, it's so fucking insane.
But
to think about that.
if he keeps it up though, it will fucking end him eventually. So
Yeah, because it's not infinite. Like the amount of money he
Yeah.
has is finite, right?
and it's like, do you think Kick? I wonder do you think Kick is going to renew a 9-figure deal for him next time around? Like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, like this shit like also impacts on how much money you make in the future because this guy is a fucking public image, right?
Yeah.
Like he deals with public and shit. Like people see how reckless he is, and that's like the image that he puts out. People don't want to like sponsor that shit.
I mean, Kick is a fucking toxic, is psychotically toxic fucking platform, and that's the thing is Kick is known for gambling, you know. Like gambling is a whole streaming like section on that site.
Right.
It's really bad. So yeah, that happened. Oh, let me reload this. There we go. Then the 4B movement has made its way to leftist white women.
Yeah.
So
That's...
a liberal woman withholds
Yeah,
sex, shave heads to protest Trump win. My bodily autonomy matters. Oh yeah, I'm sure Gorlock over here is getting laid all the time.
Bro, I feel like I saw so many things about this, and
Mhm.
it's not gonna work.
Yeah,
the
this
way
is gonna,
we hope it
dude.
do.
Like you're telling me that women are gonna like go trad wife? Like, I'm sorry, but like that's what men have been wanting you to do for like since you became whores. Like,
Bro, it's
like women going trad wife is gonna help relationships tremendously. Are you kidding? The liberal women are withholding sex from men and shaving their heads. That's the hilarious thing. They're shaving their heads to protest
that has like, huh?
President-elect Donald Trump's landslide victory over. Well, because they want to avert the male gaze. You see, the demonstration was inspired by South Korea's 4B movement against gender-based violence, where some women in that country have vowed to follow the 4 no's: no sex, no dating or marriage, and no having children with men. Notice that there's not shave your head in there.
It's
the trend.
I saw someone say that the American 4B movement would become the 5B movement, whatever that means.
I don't know. I never heard that.
Like every B is like a no, right?
Right. Yeah, because
So
B is like it stands for no. It means no in Korean, I guess.
Yeah. So yeah. So like they wanted like they didn't explain what the 5th would be, and I was so confused. I was like,
No
what?
hair.
What do you...
There you
No
go.
hair, yeah.
Maybe that's the fifth B. Who knows?
It's so stupid because like it's not. This is not gonna have the effect that they want it to have. This is not Korea.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that's the thing. It's like if you know anything about Korea, yeah, they kind of do have the problem there with
they
men.
very much do.
Yeah, women not having. Yeah, it could be better for women over there. Let's just say that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the feminist movement in Korea does kind of have a point.
It's dumb because like what this is gonna accomplish is men are gonna just start liking conservative women more because they will continue to have sex with men because this is just the
well, that's the thing. It's like,
women.
and not just that, but like men are way better at being alone than women.
Yeah, that too.
So
yeah,
it's like you're threatening me with like peace and quiet and like dedication to my hobbies, the things that I love doing on a day-to-day basis. Like, please tempt me further.
Bro, yeah, this was very misplaced. This is not gonna have the effect that they want.
Let's see. The trend took off in the U.S. on TikTok after Trump's win Tuesday, with many women posting about their refusal to engage with men romantically or sexually over the next 4 years. Citing, dude, I mean, honestly, I have a pretty good feel. I mean, who knows what can happen, but I have a feeling that it's going to be more than 4 years. If the left continues with like their like the cultural and social policies and viewpoints, they're going to keep losing. Even if like their economic proposals are better, what they're doing to the culture is so destructive that people are still gonna vote against them. So like they have to fix that, and it's like that's gonna take more than 4 years to fix. That's gonna take 10 years to fix.
Yeah.
It took 10 years. It took 10 years to get to this point. It's gonna take another 10 years to get out of it. Like things don't just turn on a dime, you know. Let's see. Citing dwindling abortion access across the nation and an increase in young male Republican voters. You know what's funny about this dwindling abortion access across the nation is that number one, you can't do anything for or against abortion access at the federal level anyway. Like if Kamala won, she wouldn't have the power to do anything because number one, there's no way she was going to get a Democrat legislation. So she would just be an immediate legislative gridlock. There's no way she'd be able to do anything at the federal level to expand abortion access. And Trump has said time and time again that he would veto a nationwide abortion ban. So abortion laws aren't changing no matter who got elected in this election. You know? But, you know, American white women be crazy.
What happened to not believing politicians? Like I remember when I was used to vote.
You know what? You're right too, and you know what? That applies to Trump as well. You know.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of a huge draw to Trump's side in this election wasn't Trump in a vacuum. It was Trump plus Vivek Ramaswamy plus Elon Musk plus RFK Jr. plus Tulsi Gabbard. I fucking love Tulsi. You know, it was like this team, this coalition of outsiders. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I know that a lot of people voted for that team, not Trump specifically. So, and I think it's crazy. Like every single person that I just mentioned, including Donald Trump himself, are all former Democrats. Every one of them. You know, so it's really wild to see like how the party alignments and allegiances have shifted over like the last couple decades. You know, so let's see. As a woman, my bodily autonomy matters, and this is my way to exercise sovereignty over that," said a TikToker who encouraged other women to delete their dating apps in solidarity. Oh God, please! Again, yes. The dating apps are fucking cancer. They're absolute cancer.
This is probably for the good. Delete it.
Honestly. Sorry, but all of us men are in favor of this. Stop being whores, get off of dating apps, and meet people in reality.
Bro, it's
Um,
fucking.
If you need someone to cuddle or give you a kiss, I bet you one of your girlfriends would do it, and you don't even need to be gay. It's okay to have a lot of platonic love for the next 4 years. Well, who's better at platonic love? Like, guys are better at that.
Last time I checked, it kiss your homies goodnight. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, thanks for the dono, Lazy Viking. I appreciate it. Gotta drop
Let's
off later.
go.
See ya, Marku. Thank you, Marku. Thanks for stopping by.
Have a good one.
You two failed to alert me that you went live. Sorry for being late. Hey, I'm glad you're here either way, Viking. You're always welcome. Let's see. Other users have taken to the platform to encourage women to take it a step further and collectively get hysterectomies. While some say they are breaking up with their Republican boyfriends in the wake of the election. You know what? Bullet dodge. When the bullet like changes its own trajectory to not hit you, that's the best way. That's the easiest and best way to dodge a bullet. Is when you don't even have to move. Because anyone that would break up over this kind of shit, that is a toxic person, and you don't want to be involved with that on either side. On either side.
Yeah, either side. Yeah, I feel like I saw a lot of people on TikTok being like, "Oh, you voted for so and so. Like we're blocking. We're not being friends anymore. We're taking these people out of our lives because they don't care about us." And yeah.
Well, it's not just
and
friends. It's I see so many posts that are like, I had to like cut ties with my dad and my sister.
Yeah,
you know,
no, that
like
shit is...
like their immediate family. You know what I mean? It's just like, I'm sorry, but when you are so brainwashed that you follow an ideology that basically you put the ideology and politics ahead of your own goddamn family, like that's just fucking disgusting. What that you have a bad ideology, just period.
And honestly, like that happened in Brazil like 8 years ago too, when both 8. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 8 years ago. When Bolsonaro, no, 4 years ago. Yeah,
Bolsonaro was 4 years because like Luna only got in like last year, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I fucking this year he got in this year. Yeah, this is the first.
Yeah,
year
it's fucking crazy that your choices in Brazil is like a fucking hardcore. Basically you have like a socialist dictator or like a borderline Nazi dictator. Like actual authoritarians. Because like Luna is like an outright socialist authoritarian, and Bolsonaro is absolutely like a right-wing authoritarian.
No, he's just a Nazi, dude. It's insane. And they're both convicted fucking.
I know, right?
One of them like fucking laundered so much money, and the other one was fucking harassing dolphins in the coast. Like this is the kind of candidates we have, and
I know, it's crazy.
We had like these same fights back in 2020 after Bolsonaro was elected, because newsflash, that shit goes away. Like in 4 years time, you're gonna see that your family is not a bunch of fucking Nazis because they voted for Trump, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, dude, like this is just such like immaturity, like politically, right? Political immaturity.
Yeah, it's
treated like this bad, right?
Yeah,
it's insane.
It's wild, dude. It's fucking wild. And it's also really I'm actually hopeful for the future, because here's the thing. I think that so first of all, Trump, he's gonna one of the things he's gonna engage in right out of the gate is legacy building, which means successorship. Because I think that like the team that I just mentioned, they're very aware that like it's gonna take longer than 4 years to fix all this shit, you know. So they have to like because usually when you're a lame duck president, you know, the president, after you're president, you just retire. You know what I mean?
Right.
And when you're a lame duck, when you have like no future prospects except for like going to work at a super PAC or some bullshit like that, you know, or some think tank garbage, you typically will expend all of your political capital. You know, basically like it doesn't matter what the people think anymore. I'm going to just ram through my agenda no matter what. That's what usually happens in a lame duck presidency. But here, I don't know. Like it's going to be like he's going to do a lot of shit. a lot of like 180 other direction kind of shit. It's gonna be shocking because it's been so like the globo homo shit has been so normalized in America. Like we're used to seeing like gay flags everywhere inside of classrooms. We're used to like the corruption is like normal. So seeing that uprooted is really shocking, you know?
Yeah.
But he also has to understand that it's going to take more than 4 years. So you can't just like ram through all this extremist shit. You have to be level-headed with it. You have to be pragmatic about it. And you have to set up a legacy that will allow you to continue the agenda past Trump's presidency. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Exactly.
So it'll be interesting to see like how things develop. So and I found I found a meme about this 4B movement that had me fucking rolling on the ground. Which is this. I'm standing up to toxic masculinity. Shaves head, injects testosterone. Justice.
Bro.
It's just the funniest fucking meme to me. But it's like they think that this is winning. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like you're not winning. Yeah. You're not winning. You're just not.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, hi, Frank.
This is. This is not has the effect that you expect to have.
Well, that's the thing. It's like if a bunch of far left whores who want the right to unilaterally murder a man's child. Yeah, we're fine with you taking yourself off the market. Please, go for it. You know what I mean? Like, there's plenty.
This is stupid because like it's not like what's happening in Korea. What's happening in Korea is that they're protesting the laws. Like here, you're protesting against a side that doesn't have interest in you. Like, this is not the same thing.
They're protesting against a straw man. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are you doing is punishing men on your side. Like, like, how is that like productive, right? Because again,
well, it's catharsis. It's not productivity. You know, like they're doing it because it makes them feel good. Yeah, they're not doing it for any kind of pragmatic or rational reason. This is purely an emotional play, is what they're doing. Let me see. Frank says at most, I hope he just gets rid of the bloat and swamp in our 3-letter agencies and prevent corpos from violating our rights, especially since they receive taxpayer money. Well, I know that he's also going to go after the transgender medical, like the medical business, I guess you can call it. Like from the surgical centers to the psychologists to the pharmaceutical companies, like the whole medical system that's built around the whole transing the kids shit. Which is smart because he's not like just outlawing the surgeries, because the surgeries when they're a minor they happen, but they're very uncommon. But when you put them on puberty blockers at 8, 9, 10 years old, you're basically putting them onto a path that can't be gotten off of. It's like strapping them into a roller coaster, and like the only way off a roller coaster is to just go through the whole track. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like when the moment you start putting kids on long-term puberty blockers and shit like that, when they're like, you know, preteens and stuff, like you're basically strapping them into that roller coaster that inevitably ends with, you know, top and bottom surgery, shit like that. So he's going after that as well, which is smart. There's that. There's he's going after the education system as well. He's like, educational institutions that engage in this, you know, LGBTQ propaganda kind of shit. It's like, you know, you're not allowed to do that anymore, and teachers will be reprimanded. Essentially, like, you are state employees. You're not allowed to propagandize children. Like, you're not allowed to do that. And he's saying, like, he was very careful. He didn't say he was going to outlaw the presence. He said you can teach it. You could teach that it like exists. Like, yeah, once you get into high school, you can learn that, like, yeah, trans people exist. You know, but you can't like advocate for it. You can't take the kid into a counselor's office and have a counselor convince them behind their own parents' back that they're trans, that they need to start going on into surgery and stuff like that. You know, like you're not allowed to do that anymore. You know? Which is like, if you get off of Twitter, you get off social media, and you can start talking to random people out of the street, 95% of them are going to agree with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because normal people like have, you know, a brain cell that very much lacks on the internet. Like on the internet, people just say random bullshit just to look good, right?
Yeah. Frank says that over 13,000 minors have been surgically transitioned, including double vasectomies, have been done in the USA since 2019. Well, that's a lot. 13,000. It sounds like a lot, but it also sounds like not very many. I don't know how to explain that.
Yeah,
And it's like
it feels like it's more, right, because of how often you see shit like that, right?
Well, it's like when you ask like the average like American person that's like a Democrat, like how many unarmed black men were killed by the police last year, they'll literally tell you like, I don't know, like 10,000. Like they think it's in the thousands when it's literally like 9.
Yeah,
You know, it's the same kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's impacting. It's like the buggy man. Like, you know,
Yeah.
you see this, you think it's like this huge fucking problem when in reality is so much smaller. I saw the other day someone being like, oh, how much of the population do you think is trans? People were asking around strangers on the street, and there were a bunch of people who said like stuff like, oh, 10%, 15%. Some people said shit like 30, 40%. Crazy. Like,
yeah.
If you look in numbers, it's like 1-2% of the population that is actually trans.
I saw this on Twitter as well, because they always say like it's the science, bro. Trans people are real. This person put out like a source about how gender affirming care is actually harmful, and all this other kind of stuff. And there's actually like an increase in suicidality when kids are put on this path, essentially. And he just has source after source after source. It just goes on and on and on. He runs out of care. Look at this. It just keeps on going. It's just like, and then he has follow-up posters, you know, like it just, there's a fuck ton of evidence out there. And you combine that with like the CAS report out of the UK. Hell, you combine that with a report that was not published because the author didn't get the results she wants. And it actually goes against the trans ideology, so she didn't publish it. It's like the body of evidence against like starting kids on the path is more than substantial at this point to just outlaw it entirely. Because I remember one of the biggest stuff in the beginning was the fact that like 95% of kids who are never put on the path, but you know, show signs of dysphoria. If you just don't put them on the path, they just by the time they're 18, they just end up to be gay. That's all they are. They just turn out to be gay.
Yeah, because again, like this path of self-discovery in and of itself, it's a whole thing.
Well, they also say like there's a 74% increase in suicidality, and the most pronounced increases in mental health care. And it's like they always said like the vast majority of people are happy with their transition. Well, yeah, that's because a huge amount of the people who aren't happy with their transition fucking committed suicide. So you can't ask them if they're happy or not. Like, like there are these massive problems in the way they survey this shit. And so like
there's a lot of problems, that need to be fucking assessed, right?
And it's like, and honestly, like the medical establishment needs to be held accountable for doing the absolutely vile manipulation thing of basically saying, you know, under their breath, you know, we stand to gain a patient for life that's going to feed us thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars over the course of their lifetime. And I'm going to do it by telling their parents that either they can have a trans kid or a dead kid. That is evil. That is fucking evil.
Yeah.
And it's that kind of shit that I hope Trump stamps out and held, and I don't know, you know, at least outlaw it. If doctors are going to get held accountable, that's a different story. I hope they do. But at least for God's sake, outlaw it. Okay. I am going to move on. Wait, hang on. Let me catch up with chat. There's been a lot of chats going on. We could fix the mind easier sometimes than the body. I've recommended to friends who want to trans to just cross-dress for a year or so because they always go straight to needing hormones. Well, yeah, because these doctors get kickbacks from the pharmaceutical companies. For every patient they send their way, they get a kickback. You know, they're incentivized to get them on the path on the drugs as fast as possible. And I think that's actually one of the things that RFK Jr. said he's going to try to help with. I'm not sure though. And it's usually 95% of the time pushed to trial by the parents, and not only one adult they can trust and make a better decision. Yeah, they do that too. They'll isolate the parents, and they'll only talk to the one parent that's going to probably be more amenable to the transition path. They do that too. I was always taught that girls can play with trucks and boys with dolls. Now it's a sign they aren't actually a girl. Well, because girls don't play with trucks. Yeah, that's always been like a weird thing with it. How like the moment like a boy plays with a girl's toy, it used to be just like, okay, you know, he's not playing with the traditional toys. That's what it used to be. But now it's like, oh, time to get him on hormones. You know what I mean? It's strange. It's a strangely psychotic like forcing of adherence to like gender norms. You know what I mean? Which I thought the left was always against.
Yeah, I mean, I am against. Like,
yeah, I am too.
Yeah, the fucking whatever toy the child wants to play doesn't play on their gender. Like that's what's it's supposed to be, right?
Yeah.
I thought everyone was in agreement with that.
I thought that too, but I guess not. It's no. The moment a boy shows signs, you know, does one thing that's typically done by girls, it's time to start, you know, something on the path to cutting their cocks off. Like that's psychotic. That is a psychotic thing to do.
It is psychotic, and it is very like how to say, like double edge? No, not double edge. Like double standard, right?
Well, it's just hypocritical. I think it's just hypocritical. It's like you claim you claim on one end to want to shatter gender norms, and then on the other hand, you're enforcing them to the point where you're like transitioning kids. You know? Yeah. It's like you can't hold both of those positions at the same time. So, okay, I'm gonna move on to the trans stuff.
Yeah.
Do you remember Peanut?
Peanut.
So Peanut was the adorable squirrel. Peanut is the adorable squirrel. Who with so this guy and his girlfriend, wife, couple. This couple, they actually had a sanctuary set up that was called Peanut's like Animal Sanctuary. It was all based on this pet squirrel and Frank the raccoon as well. New York. So Karen got jealous that the squirrel had more Instagram followers than she did. Called the local Department of Environmental Conservation and complained about the squirrel because squirrels, I guess, are technically not legal to have as pets. And then that agency kicked the door in, ransacked the house, tried to take the squirrel away, and then the squirrel bit it because of course it did, you know? Yeah. And then because it bit it, they had to kill it so that they could test it for rabies. And this is why you saw like all the Trump, you know, save Peanut, justice for Peanut all over Twitter. Yeah. Because the state literally came in and killed this adorable squirrel that was doing nothing. Because some Instagram Karen decided that she didn't like the squirrel next door. Yeah. Now
that's fucked up. That is so fucked up.
They actually said that this actually helped Trump a bit in the election. Like people like there were some people where like this was like a massive like overreach of government authoritarianism, essentially. Government authority, government overreach, and these kinds of things. So yeah. Now makes sense. After Trump won, people are saying that Peanut haunted Kamala Harris during her concession speech. So squirrel spotted on stage before Kamala Harris's concession speech, and internet thinks it's the ghost of Peanut.
Bro.
So this is the podium. So Kamala's gonna come out here, or she's supposed to, and to this podium, and then if I let this play right there, the squirrel runs across the stage.
Bro.
I was like, it's Peanut. Peanut is trolling Kamala Harris. The ghost of Peanut is trolling Kamala.
Bro, that is so insane. That is crazy.
It's just hilarious. You saw another one. There was another one that popped his head up over here, but what didn't cross the stage though. The ghost of Peanut passed. A squirrel was spotted running across the stage just moments before Vice President Kamala Harris gave her concession speech Wednesday, sending social media into a spin as users quipped it was the euthanized furry internet sensation coming back to haunt her. You know, I wish it were. I really do. The bushy-tailed guest could be seen darting through a line of American flags behind the podium on the Howard University campus in Washington, D.C., as throngs of supporters wailed for the Democratic candidate to emerge. Footage of the moment quickly went nuts online, with many suggesting that Peanut, whose death at the hands of New York State officials last week became a major election talking point, had been resurrected. The ghost of Peanut, not get a copy editor, New York Post. The ghost of Peanut the squirrel showed up to haunt Kamala Harris at her "I failed" speech, one user posted on X. Others also chimed in, joking, "The spirit of Peanut lives on," at the ghost of Peanut making a victory lap. The ghost of Peanut was seen already haunting Kamala. The 7-year-old gray squirrel's death sparked widespread backlash, even from President-elect Donald Trump and his soon-to-be Vice President J.D. Vance in the days leading up to the election. Look how fucking adorable this little guy is. How can you kill this thing?
This is really fucked up to kill like a squirrel, dude. Like, come on, they're so domesticated.
Well, that's the thing. It's domesticated. It's not getting rabies. Like,
yeah.
News of Peanut's death started making waves until the tiny creature and his pal, a raccoon named Fred, were seized and later put down by the State Department of Environmental Conservation officials following anonymous complaints over rabies fears. Yeah, it was the Karen.
Karen. That was a Karen. That was a
His owner, Mark Longo, has since vowed to sue state officials. Hell yeah. I hope he wins. "This is much bigger than a squirrel and a raccoon. This is about government overreach," she told the Post. "We want justice for what transpired at my home. You violated my home. You assassinated my animals." Yeah. Fucking Peanut. Justice for Peanut.
Justice for Peanut. Fuck this shit.
Based in nut-pilled, says Cordell.
Nut-pilled?
Harambe walked so Peanut could run. R.I.P. Harambe, one of the most legendary internet memes of all time, proving how non-toxic squirrels are. Also, funny thing is, the guy had the paperwork being processed, so it was legal for him to have those animals. That's right, he did it. Yeah, because he ran a sanctuary, so he actually had the permits to have non-conventional animals as pets.
That is so much worse.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, so he's definitely gonna win. He has to win. Like, this is so fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Nah.
I understand having restrictions on wild animals, but they could have relocated it, held it in a cage so license is settled, or at the very least just release it into the wild. Well, the whole thing is that it bit one of the people, and because of fears for rabies, they had to test it for rabies. And the only way to do that is to test brain matter, which requires killing the animal. So, even that paper is for Peanut, not just a blanket too. I heard he didn't have the specific one for the squirrel and raccoon. I'll have to look into it. I didn't know about the paperwork. Either way, it's fucked up. Interestingly, this is a little bit of actually kind of learning something. Less funny, but interesting. So there was a specific group of people that voted in droves for Donald Trump that traditionally don't vote at all. Could you guess that group of people?
The Latinos?
No, smaller group. They only exist in America.
They only exist in America. A smaller group.
They exist in 2 of the swing states. On the they don't use technology.
Oh, hold on. How is it? The Amish?
Amish? Yes, the Amish. Okay.
Yeah.
So, everybody was like, yeah, even the Amish are voting for Trump. That's how bad things are getting. Interestingly, I actually looked into this because I was actually curious. I was like, wait a minute, why did they actually turn out to vote this time? Because they don't consider themselves like a part of our normal society. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So why would they participate in our processes? Well, it turns out that they also came out to vote in droves also because of government overreach.
Oh.
The issue that drove the Amish to the polls in Pennsylvania. The Amish are not a politically engaged community, but the 2024 election was different. There was one issue that prompted these Pennsylvanian residents to register to vote in unprecedented numbers. Milk. Earlier this year, there was a federal raid on a raw milk farm, bird in hand, that angered the community over the government's heavy-handed response following reports of illness from consumers. The Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture stormed Amos Miller's farm on January 4th after reports of illnesses in children linked to raw dairy products purchased there, according to the local media outlet Lancaster Farming. The Amish community saw the move as an overzealous reach by the government and was planning to vote for GOP presidential candidate Donald Trump, whose party favors less government intervention. That was the impetus for them to say, we need to participate, the source said of local Amish voters. This is about neighbors helping neighbors. The Amish community rallied around Miller, who cited his religious beliefs as a reason for not adhering to FDA guidelines. That's the Food and Drug Administration. Yeah. The Amish community rallied around Miller, who cited his religious beliefs as a reason. Why do they repeat that twice? Okay, good job, New York Post.
Good job.
Get a copy editor. Well done, Amish. You were the difference in Pennsylvania. Elon Musk said, we paid significant attention to the Amish community. There was government overreach with the Amish farmers. They were upset, so we made sure they got out to vote. Last year, Mia reported to another case of big government trying to destroy an Amish farmer's livelihood in Virginia. They came with a search warrant. They just raided through everything. Townhall.com interviewed that Amish farmer, whose nightmare began when the government of Virginia launched a raid on his 100-acre farm. Listen to Fisher's story in his own words. So yeah, that's actually what brought the Amish vote out. I mean, it was like turned into a meme, obviously, with like these dude with these big beards, like, and their funny hats, in horse, pulling up to the polls in horse buggy, buggies. But this is the reason why. It's because of government overreach, which I thought was interesting. It makes a lot of sense, actually.
It's wild, like the amount of cases where government overreaches.
Frank says also this one guy got 180,000 of them to sign up, so they flipped Pennsylvania. That one guy is named Scott Pressler. Scott Pressler was this gay dude, or he is this gay dude. He still is gay, obviously, very gay. Actually,
is he alive?
Yes, he is alive. And he basically was driven out of the Democrat Party for typical reasons, he disagreed with them on something, and he basically went on that typical journey towards the right, where they kind of oh, the media's been lying to me, and he hated it so much that he was like, I'm not just going to vote for Trump, I'm going to help his campaign. Oh no, that's not what it was. He organized a cleanup in was it somewhere? It might have been Portland. I think it was Portland. It was some left coast city. Coast city. He organized a cleanup. We're just going to go to this area that has a lot of homeless people, and we're just going to clean it up. Basically, not get rid of the homeless, just clean it up. Make it nice. Right. And the Democrats got on his ass for it. And so he was so that's what started him on the journey, basically. And then he realized that he's being lied to and all this other kind of stuff. And so he went back to his home state, realized that it was a swing state, and he was like, you know what, I'm gonna get involved. And he fucking went to hell and back, fucking organizing events, organizing signature drives, door knocking, ground game kind of shit all over Pennsylvania. And if there's one person to credit for getting Trump to win Pennsylvania, and therefore the election at large, it's Scott fucking Pressler.
Damn.
This super gay dude who came out in support of him. He is an unsung hero, but he deserves to be mentioned in the history books because he's fucking did an amazing job. Let me see here. What else have I got? Oh, that's the end of my election stories.
Okay.
So
it was crazy.
It's wild. It'll be an interesting 4 years, that's for damn sure. Hopefully they don't fucking kill him.
Hopefully he doesn't kill the entire country. You know,
Our
get
hero?
something of nuclear war. You know,
Hmm.
that would be Pog if there was no nuclear war while he was with the trigger in his hand. You know.
Yeah, 100%. Thought I'd report to this. This is a normal thing, but explosive Southern California wildfires. Explosive meaning fast spreading, not caused by an explosion.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah. Driven by the powerful Santa Ana winds, burned 15,000 acres. This is normal, by the way.
It's fucked up.
One of the reasons that it's normal is because all the environmental activists that plague California basically don't allow the government, and Gavin Newsom is for the environmental crazies anyway. He's the governor of California, if you don't know that. But what they prevent is they prevent people from going in and cleaning up the underbrush in forests and stuff. And underbrush are just like piles and piles of kindling.
Yeah.
So if you get a lightning storm, lightning strikes the kindling and it just lights up these fucking forests all across California. And I know there's also a thing, maybe chat could educate me on this, but way back in the day, and I think this has to do with Hollywood, they imported a bunch of like palm trees or some shit. To basically, because palm trees aren't indigenous to California. They are to Florida. I think they are to Florida. But they imported a bunch of palm trees. And apparently palm trees are like super flammable. And so they basically like imported like combustible trees that they planted all across their cities. Or some shit like that. I can't remember the exact story. Maybe chat can enlighten me on this. I bet one of you knows about this. Eclipse trees? That sounds like... I think you might be right, James. But they're a special kind of palm tree that are especially flammable. And they basically ended up planting like millions of these trees. Millions of them.
It's like such a bad idea.
Yeah, exactly. Not
like constant fires.
Exactly. Yeah. I want to say it was eucalyptus trees from Australia. Oh man. See. So, chat. Can somebody, if somebody could in chat could like give me like a short 1-paragraph summary of this, I would give you massive kudos for it. Because this is a very real thing that happened in California, where they basically just set up themselves to burn to the ground every fucking year. Because these fires happen every year. This shit every year this happens. So let's see. Powerful Santa Ana winds near Los Angeles are fueling. Santa Ana is just like it's like a wind current that goes across California, and it's notorious. It happens during the fire season, and they call them the Santa Ana winds. They're fueling some of the most significant wildfire threats in years across Southern California. The relentless 50 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts have created a powerful storm of conditions, leading to rapid fire spread and widespread evacuations. These conditions led to the explosion of the why do they keep using that word explosion?
I don't know, man.
Of the destructive mountain fire in Ventura County on Wednesday. In a matter of hours, it consumed nearly 15,000 acres. Mandatory evacuations orders were issued for parts of Ventura, Camarillo, Camarillo, I think. Camarillo.
Something like that.
Something like that. Moore Park and Saumis, California. Officials say the mountain fire that erupted Wednesday morning in Ventura County has still not been contained and has injured several people. At least 800 firefighters are on the scene, according to the Ventura County Fire Department. That's a fucking... 800 firefighters? That's like a fucking... It's like a 100 alarm fire. It's like a 100 alarm fire. You know, that's something you've heard, that like 4-alarm fire, 5-alarm fire? You ever heard that terminology?
No.
Oh,
I don't know what that is.
They use it to gauge like the severeness of a fire, and it's literally like an alarm is a firehouse.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like if it takes like three firehouses worth of people, you know, firefighters and fire trucks to put out a fire, that's a 3-alarm fire. 800 firefighters, that's like a 100 alarm fire.
Yeah, that makes sense. Damn.
Footage released by the agency.
A lot of firefighters.
Yeah, dude. Like, well, that's the thing. Like the whole state, like the firefighters across the whole state are brought in to like quell these wildfires that happen every single year. It's fucking insane. Let's see. These conditions that officials said the Mountain Fire over the Wednesday morning in Ventura County still has not been contained and has injured several people. Blah blah blah. Footage released by the agency shows firefighter efforts in Camarillo Heights. The fire had damaged several homes according to reports, but no deaths were reported. That's good to hear. Videos from Ventura County Supervisor Jeff Gorell show the thick smoke in Camarillo. In another video, firefighters can be seen trying to control the blaze. So here's the fire copters. So they have like this fire suppressant liquid that they basically like crop dust the fires with out of helicopters. Firefighters continue their relentless fight against the flames overnight, employing a combination of ground crews and night flying helicopters. Hundreds of mutual aid crews throughout hundreds to run to the scene as the fast-moving fires impacting numerous structures. Damage estimates are expected to begin on Thursday. The cause of the fire is under investigation. 9 times out of 10, it's a lightning strike. That's usually what it is. Oh man, that's fucking ugh.
Bro, that is so rough.
Yeah, dude. Another dangerous fire, the Broad Fire, is burning in the Malibu area, threatening homes and businesses. The Fox Forecast Center said the Santa Ana winds peaked Wednesday morning, but periods of strong and gusty northeast to east winds will continue into Thursday. While Thursday's conditions won't be quite as extreme, they will remain highly conducive to fire spread. See, these are the palm trees. See all these palm trees? These are the ones I'm talking about. They go up in flames. They might as well be covered in lacquer. Like they're so flammable.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh man,
like,
Frank says Australian trees. It might be. I think you're right. I think it was from Australia, Frank. I think you're right. Yeah, they imported them a bunch of trees from Australia that were like super flammable. That sounds right, actually. Eucalyptus trees caused. Yeah, that's from Australia. Okay. But it came around, I think I convinced people it was medical, so they started growing them. That's why it was a medical thing. That's why they grew them all over the place. We got a sort of penal legion that does firefighting. Not sure if other places do it, but California offers years off if you join, so 10 years could be only a single year. Huh. It just like says like how important firefighting is to California. So
makes sense. Yeah, I mean, if this is an annual thing, yeah, it would make sense for that to happen.
Oh! Frank sent me a story about this. Hang on, let me. Here. Yeah. Are Australian eucalyptus to blame for California's wildfires? Let me make sure that this all works. There we go. It's been suggested that the introduction of Australian eucalyptus trees may be to blame for the rapid spread of the Southern California wildfires. Go away. But experts say that claims just don't stack up. Oh, it's a conspiracy. Okay.
Conspiracy theory.
I'm saying it's a conspiracy. A question is being raised as fires across Southern California for another year. Approximately 6,700 homes have gone up. Explanations for the wildfires vary, but one myth has persisted that Australian eucalyptus are to blame for California's wildfires. The conspiracy reached crescendo last year when a post titled "The Great Australian Shitpost: 100 Years in the Making" was published on social media platform Reddit, prompted a comprehensive debunk of the tongue-in-cheek accusation by Stefan Kostarelis. In the article, Stefan examines the author of the post's suggestion that Australian eucalyptus introduced in the area, not native, are to blame for the wildfires as the oils they secrete are highly flammable. But he ultimately concludes that the allegations are unanimously false. Okay. This is 1920, B California. I fucking love green text.
Yeah, the green text. It's so funny.
Get duped into buying Australian eucalyptus trees. Plant thousands of acres. Australians forget to mention that it takes at least 100 years for the trees to mature. Thousands of investors go broke. 2017. 100 years later, eucalyptus trees have spread everywhere and have finally matured. Australians also forgot to mention that the trees produce a highly flammable toxic oil that builds up in the tree. California burns down.
No. Yeah. It would be funnier if it was true, but it's still.
Let's see. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's like it is a highly flammable oil. Like, I'm sure it doesn't help. You know?
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah.
I mean, it's a combination of things. It's never just one thing. But I mean, I'm sorry, but like when you have environmental conservation groups that don't allow for underbrush cleanup, plus highly flammable eucalyptus trees scattered all over the place, plus the Santa Ana winds, plus lightning storms, you're gonna get massive fires every fucking year. You know, like
massive fires, yeah.
So
yes, exactly. It's the hole that make the one, right?
Yeah. Okay, let's move on from this. Where am I? Oh, here we go. Dodgers fan blows up hand with firework in downtown LA.
Oh, dog, no.
A night meant to celebrate the Los Angeles I'm not going to show this, chat. I can't show not the video, at least. A night meant to celebrate the Los Angeles Dodgers World Series title takes a dramatic turn for a fan trying to light a firework. A user, White Wall Stunts, seems like an appropriate name, shared a video of another van trying to set off fireworks in downtown Los Angeles. As people in the video warned the man to not point the firework at them, the firework exploded, basically blowing off the fan's hands. The graphic video showed not only the fan being covered in blood. I've seen the video too, by the way. I absolutely cannot show this on YouTube. But at certain points, his face appeared to be in total shock as witnesses implored the fan to sit down. Yeah, just put some Windex on it. He needs some milk.
Yeah, fucking. Man, your whole hand, dude.
Both of them. See, it's both of them.
Oh.
It's both of them.
Oh,
dude. God. A GoFundMe has been seen launched for the man who got hospitalized from the incident. Those looking to help can click here. Yeah, he has a GoFundMe. So to support Kevin's medical journey to recovery.
Bro,
so yeah, that happened after the.
Dog.
Oh,
dude, nah.
The You Got Mail guy died.
That's sad.
Have you ever heard this chime before?
You got mail. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I heard it in memes. I never got like that shit, but I've seen memes with this voice.
Well, I mean, I remember because back in the day, if every grocery, because this is before you had self checkout, so you had to go through the aisle, and they had like, they have like a little stand of like candy bars and stuff, and like gift cards and stuff like at the register. They used to have like 5-day free trials of America Online on a CD. So you would have to put the America Online CD into your CD tray, and then it would install the internet access service through the disc, and then you had to use up a phone line to get onto the service, right? And I did this for years. This was the original internet, and I was there for it. I lived through all of this shit. So like this guy's You've Got Mail. Like it's like we know exactly what it sounds like, people that are my age or older. So but let me
okay, Grandpa.
I got chat's gotta hear it, obviously. So let me
I mean, yeah.
Switch the audio over.
Bro.
It's actually slightly different from what it sounds like in the actual program, too.
I feel like when he originally recorded it, it was like how many years ago? Yeah.
Remember those coming in the mail? Yeah, they used to send you the discs in the mail, too. Like, they used to snail mail you free trial discs of America Online. Yeah, dude, I tell you, man, like the 80s and the early 90s is like literally like the early 90s is when this was happening. It was a wild time, man.
Years ago. Holy shit.
Hey, man, I was there for it. Oh, man. Dude, I love being a 90s kid, though. It was a lot of fun. So, yeah, R.I.P. You absolute fucking legend. Fucking internet legend right here. One of the OGs right here.
Yeah, this is a sad story.
Here's a not sad but crazy. Tiny South Carolina town residents locked down homes after 43 monkeys escaped from a bio-research lab.
Damn. Is this the Brazil news that you told me about? Fucking.
So the monkeys are just out here, just free roaming in the forest.
Bro, what kind of monkeys are there?
I'm not sure. It's not really.
Yeah, not really showing them very well.
Yeah, whatever. But they're just these little howlers.
Oh yeah. Ooh, these are dangerous.
Yeah, they are dangerous. They're like if they're just like little capuchin, that's like whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're like howlers, hell, if they were chimpanzees, fucking definitely shelter in place.
No, they're chimpanzees.
Yeah, chimpanzees. You do not fuck with chimpanzees. Holy shit.
Nah. Kill those people.
Oh, it's macaque. Macaque.
Oh, macaque. Yeah, yeah.
Macaque. Okay. Macaque monkeys.
Macaque. Macaque. Okay, I think Jazz said the same thing. Macaque.
Macaque monkeys are on the loose in a small South Carolinian town after escaping from a medical research facility. Residents from Yamasi, a town of 1,000 less than 50 miles west of Charleston, have been told to lock their doors and windows to prevent the primates from entering their homes. The animals escape. That makes sense though, because these monkeys, if they're like basically like cultivated inside of like a lab environment, then they get fed, which means they eat like curated food. They don't hunt for their food. So they're gonna actually like they will make their way into houses to find the kind of food that they're used to eating. So the animals escaped at 1 p.m. on Wednesday from the Alpha Genesis Lab. That's a fucking cool sounded name, actually. That tests experimental drugs and vaccines for various infectious diseases and disorders. Police have deployed traps and thermal cameras around the town in an attempt to catch the monkeys, but none had been captured as of 11 a.m. this morning, with efforts being hampered by rain. Oh god. Oh no! If they start fucking and having babies, they're gonna have like a native population.
Bro, they're gonna fucking settle in this town. Oh my god, that's such a problem.
That actually is a big problem too, because they're smart as fuck too. Yeah. Like they'll figure out how to open doors and windows and shit. Like you have to lock them.
Yeah.
Officers have also said there is no health risk to the public. Well, yeah, because they're lab. So they're not diseased.
They're probably vaccinated.
Yeah.
And shit like that.
It comes after 3 primates escaped from a vehicle carrying them to the lab in 2022 following a road accident. A monkey has also escaped from the same center in 2016 after its cage was not properly locked. One local resident said on X, formerly Twitter, the monkeys escape from Yamasi every year. That shit happens every year. The workers forget to lock up the cages and they go crazy.
There's no way this happens.
Imagine like, man, I want to get away. I'm so sick of the city life. I want to get out to a small little mountain town and just be relaxed and peace and quiet. And then only to find out that the tiny little peaceful town that you moved to is like plagued by fucking like rabid howler monkeys. that like terrorize the local population.
Monkeys go
Oh man!
And they said this is like 1,000 people town too. Like they can fucking overthrow the amount of humans really quick.
Oh dude!
Fucking.
Yeah, don't fuck with monkeys. So you know how like some people are like terrified of birds. Like I don't get that at all. But then again, I've never been attacked by a bird, so whatever.
Yeah.
But I do I'm close to that when it comes to monkeys. Like I do not want to meet a monkey unless it's like those little tiny actually like harmless little capuchins and stuff like that.
Yeah.
If it's anything else though, I don't want it near me. Because those things are fucking like retard strong on steroids.
Yeah, no, they're crazy.
Like if you know anything about chimps and the fact that they literally engage in cannibalism and they literally just tear each other to shreds. It's like, fuck, dude. I just no.
It's a big pile of no.
The facility says online that it works with both macaque and capuchin monkeys. Revealing
there
the
you go.
escape, the local sheriff department said on Facebook, residents are strongly advised to keep doors and windows secured to prevent these animals from entering homes. If you spot any of the escaped animals, please contact 911 immediately and refrain from approaching them. The primates were housed at a facility on Castle Road in the town of Yamasi. A local official told DailyMail.com that the monkeys that escaped were very young females that weigh approximately 6 to 7 pounds. Oh, are they all female? That's good, because then they can't breed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
They never have been used for testing due to their young age, they said, and are described as skittish, and that any additional noise or movement could hinder their safe capture. Alpha, I mean, honestly, that's probably true. Like, if they're used to, like, basically being caged up inside of a lab, they're not going to be, like, aggressive out in the wild. Because they've essentially been tamed, you know?
Yeah.
Alpha Genesis CEO Greg Westergaard told WSAV that the monkeys escaped after a worker left their enclosure door open while it was being cleaned. They are also rhesus macaques, a brown or grayish monkey with distinctive pink faces that are native to South Central and Southeast Asia. In the wild, they live in a variety of habitats, including forests, grasslands, and urban areas. We don't need to keep going here, but yeah, South Carolina's got a plague of monkeys.
A plague of monkeys.
Sticking to the animal news. Magician spends 47,000 pounds cloning a dog so he can carry on a double act in Las Vegas.
Bro, there's no way.
From the sharpsuited The Rat Pack, launching the first casino entertainment to a tassel-clad Elvis Presley, donning the first ever residency, Las Vegas loves to gamble on the next big thing in entertainment. We don't need to go into this. I grew up in Las Vegas. Now, Sin City is about to unleash a British act that's not only a world first one, but truly barking, because for the first time ever, the latest headliners will see a talented British star in a new double act with his very own clone. Fortunately, the duo are not Elon Musk's latest terrifying sci-fi project, just a pair of chihuahuas with a remarkable tale to tell. Comic magician Piff the Magic Dragon. So, I remember this guy. This guy got famous because of his magic on America's Got Talent. Really? Yeah, that's what it says here. He went viral because he wears like this
Hold on a second.
dragon costume. Okay. Let me see here. John Vanderput tried to find a suitable replacement co-star, but he just couldn't find a dog with the same X factor. Oh my god. They have the great tearing muscles because they climb a lot. They have stronger shoulders and throwing muscles, but they like to claw genitals and eyes. Yeah, they don't fuck around. Now in before they get pregnant. Yeah, dude, I don't fuck with monkeys, man. I do not fuck with monkeys. Even at the zoo, they kind of freak me out at the zoo. I have to say that I had no idea that cloning technology was commercially available. Like, that's baffling to me. Oh, man. What you got going on, chat? I'm waiting for Acid to get back. Talk to me, chat. What you got? 10,000 for a dog? That's crazy cheap, actually. What the hell? Hey, thinking about, but I guess some kind of comfort, like of organs and such. It's getting cheap. That's fucking wild. That's honestly like the main reason I wanted to talk about this story, is because I just did not know that cloning technology was a commercially available thing. That you can just like give them a pet, its DNA, and then plus $10,000, and they'll just make another one for you. That's fucking insane to me. Organs and such. Yeah, I know that that's like a major like side or branch of cloning technology is organ cloning, which is actually really freaking cool. Because it's like, if you can like master and make affordable the idea of organ cloning, then the whole idea of like waiting for like compatible donors and and just like general like waiting lists and stuff like that. Because like a lot of people that need transplants, they die because they just, you know, the waiting list was too long, you know. But if you could like figure out how to like do cloning technology to just like clone like that person's liver, just make them a new one that's actually like based on their DNA, then all those issues go away, which is fucking awesome, you know. Remember the headlines about Dolly the sheep? Yeah, dude, Dolly the sheep was fucking like, the whole world was blown away when Dolly the sheep became a headline. Like the whole idea of like cloning becoming a real thing was like freaking people out. So, and it actually like, I think it like it inspired a bunch of like sci-fi movies as well. Like, do you guys remember that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, The Sixth Day, which is about like cloning and how like they grow like blank bodies, and then they add the DNA to the blank body, and then the body like becomes that person.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I was talking to chat
Talking about the dog.
Yeah, I was talking about the dog. I was just blown away by the fact that I had no idea that cloning technology was commercially available and relatively affordable.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, like chat said that you can get your dog cloned for like $10,000. It's like what? Like what?
That is wild, dude.
But it's also cool, like how like James he also said like it could also be used for like organs and stuff, which is actually really cool because like one of the main reason that people die is from like needing an organ transplant is because they can't find a compatible donor, or the waiting list is just too damn long, you know. And if they could like master like cloning like somebody's, you know, people's organs and stuff like that, then all of those issues go away. You know what I mean?
Bro, that
which
was
is
so sick.
That's just freaking cool, you know. Like that's really freaking cool. They're gonna have to outlaw donating organs before they decide to make them themselves. Yeah, that's true. That's the thing. Like once like the whole like organ cloning things becomes like mainstream, then the whole like organ donor thing goes away. So. Farm almost 8 years old. Don't know if that's
away.
Oh man,
maybe...
I don't know how long sheep last. Because I remember like, do you remember Dolly the sheep?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Do you remember that? That was like fucking huge all over the planet when that happened.
I remember that.
Yeah, because everybody's like freaking out. Like, what the fuck? Cloning is real now? That's terrifying. So, yeah. Let me see. For the sharpshooter, I already read all that. Let me see here. Let's see. So, after 15 years working side by side in London and the U.S., Mr. Piffles, 17, is getting ready to retire from the biz. For 7 years, Piff, real name John Vanderput, has tried to find a suitable replacement co-star, but he just couldn't find a dog with the same X factor. So he splashed out £47,000 to have scientists use DNA from Mr. Piffles to create a clone, a doppelganger, Fortune, as he's nicknamed, Mr. Piffles 2.0. Both pups will appear together on stage next week before the original pup trots off into retirement.
That's insane.
That's wild. Speaking exclusively to the Mirror, John 42 explains Vegas has spawned many firsts from Elvis's residency to the Sphere. Do you know what the Sphere is?
No.
That giant concert hall that's like a giant dome and the whole dome. Yeah.
No, I do. Okay.
But never in the history of entertainment has there been a cloned performer. It was either me or Mr. Piffles. Unfortunately, we went with the dog. Fair enough. He is 100% genetically identical, so that's why he's called Mr. Piffles 2.0. Actually, we call him Fortune because he costs a fortune to create a $60,000. Honestly, I thought it'd be a lot more than that. But he is worth every cent. John 42 from Forest Hill had begun his career crashing and burning on the UK stand-up circuit. Then everything changed in 2008 when he went through a divorce, saw severely depressed and underweight Piffles in a Dundee shelter, adopted him, and realized they could do magic tricks together. The story is like a weirder Turner and Hooch last John. Yeah, so That happened.
Man,
Cloning is available, chat.
terrifying.
You can have Fido forever now. Apparently, I had no idea.
Just keep having different versions of Fido. Yeah.
There were some religious people that wanted to take DNA from relics to clone saints. Holy shit. Dude, what if they what if they were able to get enough DNA from the blood that's on the Shroud of Turin and cloned Jesus Christ himself?
Bro. Imagine how apocalyptic that would
Dude.
be.
Yeah, I speaking as a Protestant, that would not go over well. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, fucking... Bro, nah, that would be insane. That guy would have so much power. Nah.
Oh, man.
Nah.
There was a game about that. It was a 40k style game, and I got it somewhere around here. 1 minute. Oh, okay. Chat's inspiring. Okay. What is... Why did it go home? Wasn't supposed to do that. Okay, hang on a sec.
Okay.
Let me get here. I can bring it up. One that I definitely wanted to cover. That one, not that one. Oh, maybe not. Huh. Not seeing it here.
Well,
That's alright.
maybe...
This one? No,
maybe
that's
the news got taken
LDC.
down? The article?
Yeah, it reset to the home page. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's annoying.
Hmm.
Fucking annoying. Not that one. Mirror. Got the monkeys. Okay, well, whatever. We're gonna move on past it.
Okay.
Going back to the Amish. So I covered for 2 hours with Rosa the Hurricane Helene, which tore apart North Carolina and the Panhandle part of Florida. And I saw something incredible. So the Amish community basically came out in droves because they're in North Carolina too. They're kind of like spattered across like Pennsylvania, parts of Appalachia, that kind of area. And they went out and they just built a bunch of fucking houses. So they took matters into their own hands. Hundreds of Amish volunteers have traveled to Swannanoa, North Carolina, to help rebuild homes for residents affected by the historic flooding. Their commitment has been a source of relief for many who have lost everything, including faith in the Biden-Harris regime that has left North Carolina communities in shambles. So they're sitting here thinking, and I tracked this down, is this. Look at this. Look at this.
Bro, that is so awesome.
They just built all of these little houses. It's like a whole little neighborhood of them.
Yeah, dude, that is so awesome.
Like, look at them. Like, they did this in, like, what, a month? Like,
Crazy.
it's
It's
insane.
gonna last forever because it's the Amish who built it. So
I mean,
that was such a nice thing.
look at them all. That's fucking wild.
Right?
Dude, the Amish really are the best of us here in America. Well, that's the thing. They're very much a uniquely American, like, subculture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just freaking cool that they did this. I saw this and I was like, how in the hell did they do this in like a month? That's insane. So good on them. Good on the Amish.
Bro, there was like
Fucking
how
bros.
many of them there were? Like 100?
A few hundred. So these Amish volunteers are arriving in organized groups of 57 each week. Work from Monday to Friday to build small cabins for displaced families. When one team returns to Pennsylvania, another takes its place, creating a continuous effort that has inspired. So like 57 at a time. You know,
Okay, that's
so that you can see here they just set up. They set up the little camps, all the little Amish camps. You know, they look like they're straight out of the 1700s. You know, and you can see you can see the construction site back here, and here they are like working on the frames and stuff. Like, fucking, what a bunch of absolute chads. You know,
Absolutely.
Fucking Chads,
This is
man.
so cool. They came up, they did a good thing, and that is awesome.
That's it, yeah. And yeah, I just wanted to highlight the Amish because the Amish are fucking awesome.
Absolutely.
Here's something that's awesome, but in a different way. SUV loaded with chemicals explodes on quiet New York City street in massive fireball, leaving neighbors horrified. And there is video that I can show of this. So this is like a front door cam overlooking the street, and look onto the left side of the video.
Dude.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
Dude, no.
Wait, is there sound? There is. Hang on, let me. Oh my god.
Bro. Look the damage you made.
Holy fuck. This whole yard just.
Yeah, that yard is fucking gone.
That is fucking wild, dude.
Bro, the car
So this was in
like,
Queens.
on the other side of the car on the other side of the street is just gone. Like, look at it.
Oh yeah, let me hang on, let me. Oh yeah, oh god, yeah, it got it. It got it bad. Damn.
Bro.
That's fucking amazing.
Out of nowhere, dude.
Okay, so a plumber's truck exploded on a quiet residential street in Queens Friday morning, damaging several homes and nearby cars, according to fire officials and sources. Wild video showed the unoccupied Infiniti QX56 exploding into bright orange flames while parked on 133rd Street in South Ozone Park around 6:45 a.m. What the fuck was in this truck?
Yeah. What?
Like, look at this.
Plumber's car?
Yeah.
Nah, dude.
Like, what the hell caused this? Like, because
Bro.
like this level of damage, this looks like a chemical fire, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, because it's like melting shit. Shocked residents were seen gawking at the burning vehicle, with many assuming the constant popping of mini explosions was from fireworks kept in the vehicle. However, the explosion appears to have actually been caused by pressurized gas cylinders that were kept in the work truck. Oh. Wow.
Bro.
Jesus.
The guy is so lucky for not be driving it.
Well, like, thank God there was like nobody like walking their dog next to it or something. Like, man, they got lucky that nobody died in this thing.
Yeah, no, this is a miracle.
Because like I think it was like last week or a couple weekends ago, I covered this. It was this fuel tanker that overturned on a road in Nigeria, and a bunch of people like got a bunch of buckets and were like trying to scoop up the fuel because it's like valuable and precious to them, and they all gathered around the truck to try to get the fuel, and then the truck exploded. It exploded and it killed like 120 of them.
Bro.
It's like this massive explosion disaster in Nigeria that killed like over 100 people. So when I saw this, like nobody died, I was like, whoa, wow, that is lucky.
Yeah, that is so lucky.
Photos show the vehicle completely burned out in the street. At least 6 homes were left with broken windows, and that's just from the shock of the blast.
Yeah.
And 5 vehicles parked near the flaming car were also damaged. No reported injuries.
Fucking powerful.
Yeah. Truck's owner, Danel Haracharan, was at his home on Long Island when the explosion occurred, he told the Post. He had parked the truck, which he used for his plumbing business, overnight at his younger brother's house. The cars are lifeline. It's not anymore.
Yeah.
We have to start over trying to finance and get everything back together. Haracharan said he had already reached out to his insurance and was told that they would not be covering any of the damage.
Of course not.
Of course not.
What part of the contract says? Oh, if
spontaneous
you put, like,
explosions.
Yeah, fucking what? Dude.
Yeah, I doubt spontaneous explosions is a part of your regular car insurance. The only way they would have covered it is if it was like the gas tank that exploded or something like that. Which doesn't happen. Yeah. But it's like, they're not going to cover you if you store like explosive gas, pressurized gas canisters inside your car, then they explode. Like when you turn your car to a bomb. I mean, imagine if he was like driving, because these things were just stored casually inside of his car. What if he was just driving along the highway when this happened.
Bro, that would have been so
Because my thing is like,
bad.
I'm trying to think of like what could have actually caused it. Because my thinking is like it just got too hot inside the car, which caused
Yeah,
or
that's
something
what I
like that.
thought,
So
too.
if you're driving it, you're gonna have the AC on, and it's not gonna get that hot. But this is just really lucky that nobody got hurt in this all around.
Yeah,
So-
look at the house, dude. Like, there's a hole in the ceiling. Like, bro.
If it was necessary for the job, the commercial insurance should cover it, not just the auto. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, it
Dude, you're
seems
dealing with an
it's not gonna
insurance
cover it.
company.
Yeah.
It's just like flooding, like acts of God. Isn't covered in a typical like home insurance policy. You have to buy it as a rider. So yeah, even like in places like Florida, like you still have to buy, like flooding isn't like a normal part of the contract. You have to buy it separately.
Bruh.
Like the only flooding that's covered under a home insurance contract, that's like a part of the base contract, is like sewer backup into the house or something like that. So if, like the sewer line backs up through like the low point in your house and it like floods the basement, sewer water or something like that, then your insurance will cover it.
Right.
But if it's anything external, they don't cover it unless you get that specific rider to the policy. So yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
Okay, we're finally going to move out of the United States and go international. And I'm going to start with
Let's
your
go.
home country.
Let's see what it is.
Rooftop train surfing resurges in Rio, raising concerns.
With subway surfing, let's fucking go.
So apparently a bunch of I bet you're like in this photo somewhere, I assume.
I'm hidden. I'm not gonna say who am I, so I don't get doxxed. But you're right. I am there.
Let's see. Supervia, the concessionaire managing the urban trains in Rio de Janeiro, has expressed concern over the return of train surfers, groups of children and teenagers who ride on top of train cars, dodging electrical wires and other obstacles in the railway system. Dude, that's fucking insane. Dude, these kids have death wishes. Are you kidding me?
That's so metal, bro. Dodging live wires.
Oh my God.
500 miles per hour on top of a train. That is insane. That is insane, dude.
The concessionaire informed the state government of the issue in September and requested help to strengthen oversight. The practice earned the nickname rail surfing in the 1990s, when fatalities occurred on train systems in Rio and Sao Paulo, with most victims electrocuted. Here's how it works. Surfers wait for the train to stop at a train station and attempt to climb the car to reach the roof. On top of the train, the challenge is to balance while it moves and dodge the electrical wiring, especially the pantograph, a device on top of the train that collects electrical current. An electrical shock from the pantograph can be fatal. Article 260 of the Penal Code provides for imprisonment for up to 2 to 5 years, in addition to a fine for adults over 18 who attempt to obstruct or disrupt railway service or commit an act that could result in disaster. And interestingly, and I wanted to highlight, commit an act that could result in disaster. That happened.
Yeah.
Horror moment, train surfing teen fatally slams head into railway bridge as pals film for TikTok. I am not going to show you this video for obvious reasons, because it's literally of somebody dying.
A teenager, nonetheless.
Yeah,
Oh,
a teenager has died after hitting his head off a railway. I've seen the video too. It's fucking gruesome. Off a railway bridge as his friends filmed his train surfing exploits for a TikTok video. Fucking TikTok, dude. I swear to God. Dude, TikTok trends are literally like fatal. Like,
yeah.
Like,
it is. It's
whether it's like eating Tide Pods or fucking planking. Like, there's so many fucking TikTok trends that are like actually fatal. It's insane that the platform allows people to do it.
Bro, it's no, TikTok is like a fucking madhouse.
It is.
It's
Run by the
so
asylumees
absurd.
too.
This is our fucking plague of this era, right? Like this,
Yeah.
this is what we're gonna kill half of the humanity. TikTok,
Oh man.
bro.
Let's see. The group of 4 train surfers were riding on the roof of a train at up to 50 kilometers per hour. How many is that miles per hour? Like what? Like 35?
I think something like
Something like that. In
Yeah.
Vienna, Austria, on October 26th, when the grisly accident occurred, the grim collision has claimed the life of one teen who died in hospital 3 days after the incident, with a second who suffered massive head injuries, still fighting for his life. So one's still in critical, and the other one died. Meanwhile, the other 2 are unharmed, and within hours of the deadly smash, a video of their friends' gruesome injuries on the train roof had been uploaded to social media. Dude, what kind of fucked up person films your friend dying in a gruesome fashion and then uploads it onto fucking TikTok or whatever for clicks? What a fucking disgusting thing to do.
Disgusting human being. Like,
Yeah.
This is so.
I guess
like,
was he live streaming it though, or was he just filming it?
It was live streaming. Like,
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's how the clip got out then. Okay. Because if he was just filming
So
it,
he was?
you know, but if he was live streaming it, then I can kind of see how the clip would get out there.
Yeah, because then it's out of your control. Like once it's
Yeah,
out there,
exactly.
You can just like record it
Um,
and whatever. Yeah.
Oh, 31 miles per hour. So 50 kilometers per hour is 31 miles per hour. Okay. So that's that's you can see it's all blurred out here, but you can see like the blood trail. Like I seen the uncensored version of this. It's gross, dude. In the footage, the boys flattened themselves on the roof of the carriage, passing under the top of the tunnel with just inches to spare. But as the train comes to a station, disaster strikes when 2 of the boys have turned their backs to face into the camera and so do not see a low footbridge coming up fast. One of the group shouts a desperate warning saying, "No, no, 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 no," but they don't react in time, and a split second later, there's a sickening crunch as both teens' heads slam into the bridge. Shockingly, the others keep filming and get closer for a gory close-up of their 2 friends as they lay twitching on the carriage roof with blood flowing from massive head injuries, clearly close to death. Yeah, you could find this on like Live Leak and shit like that. Screams from horrified passengers who had been waiting for the train can be heard coming from the platform as the footage comes to an end. So yeah, like this shit that they're doing, these kids are doing in Brazil, this is this is so fucking dangerous, dude. And
So
they have like all like bridges and shit, as well as all this electrical shit. Like they're
like,
playing a really deadly game here. So
Yeah, and a lot of times this shit goes underground too. Like, bro, it's so easy for you to fuck up.
yeah, but
That's insane.
that was my Brazil story.
being insane. Yeah, thank you. It was both hilarious and worrying at the same time. Holy shit, kids are fucking wild, dude.
Keeping with the macabre, she's still alive. First Sarko suicide pod user found with strangulation marks as boss remains in custody.
Huh? What the fuck? Suicide pod? What is a suicide pod?
Well, it's right out of Futurama. That's what it is.
Oh my!
It even has a glass
God.
panel so you could watch them die.
This is so.
The first person to use the controversial suicide pod, dubbed the Tesla of euthanasia, was found inside with strangulation marks on her neck. The president of Sarko's operator, The Last Resort, Dr. Florian Willett, remains in custody after being arrested along with several other people nearby. Willett was the only person present when the woman died. The inventor of the Sarko, Philip Nietzsche, followed the process by video call but was unable to catch all of it due to technical difficulties. A 64-year-old American mother of 2, who has not been named, died inside the capsule in the middle of a forest near a cabin in Merischisen, Switzerland, on September 23rd. The pod, which prior to this had never been used, allows a person inside the device to push a button that injects nitrogen gas into the sealed chamber. The person inside is then supposed to fall asleep before dying by suffocation. Willett remains in police custody in Switzerland nearly 5 weeks after the incident. He was the only person present when the woman died, describing her death as peaceful, fast, and dignified. The Swiss chief prosecutor of the case, Peter Stitcher, thinks the death might have gone quite differently, raising suspicion that the woman may have been strangled in a case of intentional homicide, reports the Dutch newspaper De Volkskrant. The newspaper reports that the pod is opened and closed several times before the woman presses the button, which triggers the procedure to test its closure. A forensic doctor present at the scene told the court that the woman had, among other things, severe injuries on her neck. According to the news outlet, the company president, who was standing beside the woman throughout the event, was heard to tell the pod's designer over the video call, "She's still alive, Philip." The comments came 6.5 minutes after the user pressed the button to end her own life. So the describing here is that the machine malfunctioned and didn't kill her in a fast, peaceful process, as he's describing it. Let's see. The president is
took matters in his own hands. I think
the president
allegedly.
The president is said to seriously, like literally too. Having confused by the sound of an alarm thought to be a heart rate monitor, the court heard how he continued to lean over the sarcopod to peer inside before the alarm ceases. The woman decided to take her life using the sarco because of a long-standing disease, the company said. She had been diagnosed with skull-based osteomyelitis, an infection of the bone marrow. She said she had wished to die for at least 2 years after suffering from the very serious illness that involves severe pain. Due to an immune disorder, the woman was unable to receive effective treatment for her osteomyelitis, the last resort disclosed. After being notified of her death by the 2 lawyers involved in the project and present at the scene, the police swept the forest and arrested everyone near the Sarco, including a photographer for Volkskrant. In September, Chief Prosecutor Stitcher told Swiss newspaper Blick, "We warned them in writing. We said that if they came to Schaffhausen and used the Sarco, they would face criminal consequences. Everyone arrested has since been released except for Willette." Volkskrant has questioned why Stitcher has not publicly accused Willette of intentional homicide, but has been using the suspicion to get judges to extend Willette's custody. A criminal investigation into the pod is underway, and all of the 371 active applications have been suspended for use.
Oh my god!
So the whole idea is that the machine the machine's like maiden voyage malfunction was causing severe pain to the person inside, to the woman inside, and there was no way that the thing could fail on its very first real life go. And so like you said, he opened the pod and strangled her the old fashioned way. Which is fucking insane. This whole thing is insane. It's insane.
No, every single detail about this story sounds like a fucking Black Mirror episode.
Now this sarcopod has a history of weird shit. So there was a different woman. I think it's a different woman. It might be the same woman. I covered this a few months ago. But she was scheduled to use this sarcopod. She went to Switzerland, and then she just disappeared into the forest and got eaten by wolves or some shit.
Bro.
So what? She was supposed to commit suicide via the pod, but upon arriving in Switzerland, she just died via wolf attack or some shit out in the forest. And never met her appointment for the pod.
Crazy.
So the pod never got to get used. And now this is a second case where it actually is getting used for the first time, and it doesn't work. And allegedly, this guy took it, did it himself. So this sarcopod on its own is already just a dystopian hellscape kind of thing. But when you add on top of it all these weird deaths around the ironic suicide pod, it becomes an even more strange fucking story.
Yeah, no, dude, this is such a horror movie plot. What the fuck? Holy shit.
Frank says that I think she was trying to cover up the failure, but now it's backfiring on her. The lady was gasping for air, trying to get out to live, but they couldn't save her, so they cover it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's yeah. Okay, So
yeah, it definitely looks like that.
We'll see. Let's see if there's anything. I have a feeling the sarcopod is doomed. I don't think it's going to be around for much longer because the CEO guy Willette is in custody.
Yeah.
All the applications for use have been suspended indefinitely. Like, I don't think that this sarcopod's going to find any kind of success in the future.
It doesn't seem like it. Maybe for the best, right?
Yeah, I think so too. Archaeologists make remarkable discovery of 4,000-year-old town hidden in an Arabian oasis. And the crazy thing about this is that this is the second massive ancient city discovered within just as many weeks. Because last week I covered a story with Rosa where a British guy was looking at random LiDAR files of the Amazon and stumbled and accidentally discovered the second largest Mayan city to ever exist.
Bro.
Yeah.
What?
So that happened, and then the very next week, a 4,000-year-old town is discovered just in an Arabian oasis.
Bro.
The remains of a long-lost town dating back to the early Bronze Age were uncovered in a Saudi Arabian oasis by archaeologists who say the stunning discovery offered proof of the region's shift from a nomadic to urban existence. A French Saudi research team unearthed a 4,000-year-old hidden town named Al-Nata within the walled oasis of Khaybar, a fertile land surrounded by desert in the northwest of the Arabian Peninsula, according to a new study. So this is like this is like a model. This is like a rendering of what the city looked like when it was still intact. So you can see like the main thing. It's up on a hill. There's a wall, and then you have all the farmland out here. Pretty typical setup. The ancient town, which dates back to 2400 BC, is believed to have been a 2.6 hectare settlement with around 50 multi-story homes that housed approximately 500 residents. French archaeologist Guillaume Charlot, who led the study published in the journal PLOS 1, told AFP. Charlot said that the well-structured community was surrounded by protective ramparts and also included a probable decision-making zone. The fuck is a decision-making zone? What the fuck does that mean? And an acropolis.
Oh, maybe like, maybe a fucking like a courthouse, some.
Or like an ancient,
like
some kind of, I don't know,
Yeah.
containing metal weapons and stone such as agate. His team of researchers also believe the town was home to a powerful leader based on the approximately 16-foot high ramparts the outlet reported. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you protect what's important to you. So if you have like a big ass wall around a city, that city was probably important, and it was probably important because it housed important people. So the town was abandoned 1,000 years later between 1500 and 1300 BC, leaving few clues as to why, the researchers said. However, the discovery revealed the slow urbanism process, according to archaeologists who theorized the town's deterioration was caused by environmental shifts, limited resources, or changes in trade routes. Yeah, that's pretty typical. They found that in like, there's always that question of like, why do like all these like Mayan temples, these vast cities, like they don't have like remains in them and stuff like that. They just like they were just up and abandoned, like it seemingly like in a weekend. And it's like, it's because of like drought and stuff like that. Like it forces, like the environmental changes forces them to move.
Makes sense.
It's either that or disease. Those are the two things that cause like these like whole like city states to just kind of collapse in like what seems like a week. So it's kind of wild to think about. But yeah, yet another massive city just kind of found. It's just fucking wild.
Wild, right? Like
yeah,
finding a city, like the second biggest city of this civilization. Fucking
yeah.
How many
just hidden under the canopy. Yeah
dude, that's insane. That's pretty cool though. Like
I think it's cool. I do a lot of archaeological stuff on this because I just like archaeology news. Speaking of, oh wait, do I have that one? I might not have it. I don't have that one. Okay, it's okay. Okay. Next one is the one that inspired one of the images in the thumbnail. This is fucking hilarious to me. North Korean soldiers hooked on porn after getting internet access for the first time while helping Russia fight Ukraine.
History repeats itself, I guess. Yeah, porn is a powerful thing, guys.
Wait, remember that
Who would've
story?
thought?
Remember that story like a while ago where it was reported that there was like a tribe that got like a jungle tribe that got access to Starlink, and it like turned all the dudes into porn addicts like overnight.
Oh, I think I remember hearing something about
Yeah,
that.
it was overblown. It was very sensationalized, but there was like a modicum of truth in it. That's what this reminds me of. Okay, so
Yeah.
hardened soldiers indeed. I fucking love New York Post always starts off their articles with these little puns, and I love them for it. North Korean military men who joined the war front in Ukraine on behalf of Russia have unfettered internet access for the first time, and may be using it to watch tons of pornography, according to a report that a Pentagon official was unable to confirm. Warriors from the Hermit Kingdom engaged in battle in Ukraine for the first time Monday, but they purportedly started fighting different demons before stepping onto any battlefield, according to a report. These soldiers have been engaged in the Battle of the Bulls since gaining free use of the internet. God damn it, they keep using these puns. According to a correspondent from the Financial Times. A usually reliable source tells me that the North Korean soldiers who have deployed to Russia have never had unfettered access to the internet before. As a result, they are gorging on pornography, wrote Financial Times foreign affairs commentator Gideon Rackman in an X-post. Rackman provided no more context on how his source would know the internet habits of the 10,000 North Korean soldiers sent by Kim Jong-un to bolster Putin's war effort. As entertaining as that sounds, I can't confirm any North Korean internet habits or virtual extracurriculars in Russia. Extracurriculars, what a fucking bureaucratic way to say it. Defense Department spokesperson Army Lieutenant Colonel Charlie Dietz told Outlet of Task and Purpose, we're focused on the more serious aspect of North Korea's involvement, if any, in Russia's military operations. As for internet access, that's a question best directed to Moscow. Right now, our attention remains on supporting Ukraine and addressing the more significant regional security concerns. That military publication reports that second and third order effects of exposing physiologically and culturally sheltered North Korean troops to the world of graphic internet pornography are not yet known. The Kremlin did not respond to the Post's request for comment.
Bro, I want to know what's the most popular tag that they've been
what is
using,
what's North Korea's like most common tag? But you know how they do those maps of like
I
want to know what North Korea's is.
Me too. Like it's like a experiment, right? Like these people never had porn in their lives, like and now they're suddenly addicted to it. I want to know like what is the hook, right? I want to know what are these new minds.
Well, I mean, on one hand it makes sense. On the other hand, it doesn't, because like people that are like, if you're like stuck in a really sheltered cultural way, that doesn't just go away on a dime when exposed to things outside of that culture. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay.
Like,
yeah.
But then again,
point.
you know, these are all young men at the same time.
Yeah.
So you know, hormones are a bitch. So I could kind of see it being true. I could also kind of see it not being true. I have a feeling it's similar to the Elon Musk story with the tribe in the jungle or whatever, where like it's probably happening, but it's not like ubiquitous across every soldier. You know, there's just maybe like a few who are like, you know, into it a little bit more than normal. But it's fucking funny either way. Korean gooning.
It's hilarious. Yeah.
Let me see here. I got one more because I cover Boeing news all the time. Do you know about the Boeing satellite that got scuttled in space?
No.
So I reported this maybe 6 weeks ago, something like that. 5 or 6 weeks ago. Boeing's the shuttlecraft that they use to get astronauts and supplies to and from the International Space Station. That vessel is called the Starlighter.
Okay.
And on their very first voyage, they sent 2 astronauts and some supplies up to the space station. But upon arriving at the station, there was like these little weird malfunctions that happened inside the device, inside the capsule. So they deemed it unsafe for the astronauts to return to Earth in the vessel. And turns out that the Dragon vessel, which is Elon Musk's SpaceX vessel, is what's going to take the astronauts home. But the astronauts were originally only supposed to be there for 2 weeks, but because the Starliner was not authorized to bring them back, they're basically stranded on the space station until the Dragon shuttle rescues them in February.
Oh.
Now, this happened like 2 months ago. They've already been stranded for 2 months. It's actually supposed to be like a full 6-month ordeal. So what a 2-week mission has turned into a 6 months for these 2 astronauts.
Bro, they're gonna die.
No, they're not gonna die. Because there's supply runs and stuff like that all the time up to the International Space Station. Right. So they have enough. But that's what we bring to this story. New photos of stranded Boeing Starliner astronauts raise concerns about their health. First of all, why are we sending? Well, I've seen questions like, why are we sending grandma into space? It's like, yeah, fucking some of I think one of the astronauts that stepped on the moon was like 70 years old. Like,
yeah, I feel like you have to be like very well qualified. Like they're not gonna send like 20-year-olds.
Yeah, they're gonna send like veterans, basically.
Yeah, veterans. Yeah.
Concerns for the health of the NASA astronauts stranded on the International Space Station have grown after recent images showing one of them looking severely drawn surfaced. Sunita Williams and Barry Wilmore have been stuck on the ISS since June 6th. So yeah, okay, I reported on this like June, July, August, September, October, 5 months ago then, because I reported this originally. Those are 5 months. Yeah, like this is a long fucking time. The 2 brave Americans who were only slated to be at the space station for 8 days. Oh, so it wasn't even 2 weeks. It was only 8 days.
Bro.
Have now spent 153 days up on the station. And doctors are raising concerns about their health after a new photo shows Williams 59 appearing jarringly gaunt. That's her right there.
Okay.
I mean, she does look kind of like a crone, doesn't she?
Yeah, she looks like a witch, you know, like.
Well, yeah, like look how like round her face is here.
Yeah,
and then look here, like it's very narrowed.
Lost a lot of weight. Yeah.
The 2 astronauts are seen chowing down on an ad hoc dinner consisting of uncooked pizza, ketchup, mustard, and various sundries. Fucking breakfast of champions. Yeah, so this is her.
This photo is
compare
worse.
that face to this face. Yeah. Also, she lost an eye, apparently.
She lost it?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I saw that and I was like, okay, maybe it's a fucking Halloween thing. And then you said it that, and I was like, what the fuck?
Though she is smiling and seems to be in good spirits, Williams looks remarkably hollow-cheeked than when she first boarded the orbiting workplace. What you're seeing there in that picture is somebody that I think is experiencing the natural stresses of living at a very high altitude, even in a pressurized cabin for extended periods. Williams' notably sunken cheeks are likely a result of significant caloric deficit. The human body burns more calories in space than it does on terrestrial ground due to low temperatures and general harsh conditions. He emphasized that one of the known health concerns for anyone spending extended times in space is muscular atrophy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're intaking very high-calorie foods, as you can tell, cold cuts and other meats, the proteins, but high-fat cold cuts. It's not necessarily a balanced diet. The alarming analysis comes after a crew of 4 NASA astronauts returning to Earth on SpaceX's Dragon capsule were rushed to the hospital after spending 200 days on the International Space Station. One of those astronauts was kept overnight at Ascension Sacred Heart Pensacola Hospital, according to NASA. The space agency did not reveal the nature of the medical emergency, and the astronaut was released the following day. So, yeah, it's getting kind of rough for them up there.
Yeah.
And I have to, and that's the thing, though. It makes a lot of sense too, because it's like, I don't know. Like these two astronauts, they weren't prepped, and I don't even know if they've trained for extended visits to the space station.
Yeah,
because there's like I think like there's at least a few people that have stayed at the space station for like more than a year. So if they're not trained, if they haven't been like conditioned for an extended stay up there, it's gonna really cause havoc on their bodies. Because again, like it mentioned, like muscular atrophy, you know, fat retention, energy levels, all kinds of things like that. You know, alertiveness, body temperature regulation. There's all kinds of things. Like your senses will dull if you're up there for too long. Like one of the stories that I always remember was like astronauts that like have like extended stays like in the International Space Station or otherwise.
Right.
One of the first things they do when they get back to Earth is they vomit because of all of the smells that invade their noses. Because when you're up in space, there's no air for particles to float around in, so you literally can't smell anything, essentially. Or you can, but like you're in this pressurized cabin where the air is like extremely sanitized and yada yada yada. You know what I mean? So you like basically like over an extended period of time, you will get anosmia, which is losing your sense of smell in space. And then when you come back when you re-enter Earth's atmosphere, you get bombarded with like all the natural smells that are produced by all the living stuff on the planet and otherwise. And it's such like a sensory overload that it causes a lot of astronauts to vomit from it.
That's wild.
Yeah. So yeah, I that was my main thing, and I kind of want to look into it further eventually. It's like what the level of like conditioning these astronauts have had, because I don't think that they were conditioned or ready for this long of a stay. And again, it's not just a mental conditioning. It's like you literally have to physically condition yourself to be ready for what it does to your body. So yeah,
absolutely.
Is
that is rough, dude. Like, they're gonna stay there until February.
Yeah, they're gonna miss Thanksgiving and fucking Christmas and everything. It sucks.
Yeah, not because they're gonna stay there for another 4 months.
It's because they're gonna miss the holidays.
Yeah, the holidays, sure.
Oh man!
Holy shit, dude! They're gonna stay like almost a year, because if February, they do end there in June. Yeah.
Yeah, so since June, so like you're talking 6 months. No, wait, 6, 7, 8 months. So that's a 10-month. They're going to be up there for 10 months before they get rescued.
10 months.
Yeah, and that's if the schedule stays put as it is.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Bro,
that's rough. That's a rough year right there.
Yeah, no,
but
absolutely.
Godspeed to them. I hope they make it back relatively safely. It's definitely a saga. I look forward to finally like reporting the return to Earth, because I've been following all this shit. You know, like yeah. So.
No, I gotcha.
Okay,
yeah,
well,
that's gonna be a day.
That's all I have for the around the world news. Do you want to jump into pop culture and gaming?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. Let me set it all
Let's
up.
talk about the things that I know.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I usually like, I generally don't. I want like your reaction to it. That's kind of why I do what I do.
Okay.
Let's see here. I need to unshare this. Share this, that, boop.
Yeah, the big one.
Yeah, we have to talk about the big one first, which is this. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna talk about Dragon Age Veilguard for a bit. I'm gonna say for a bit. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tabs. No, 5 tabs for this. Now, what's interesting about this is that the dam has pretty much broken on the game in terms of like industry insiders and shills trying to protect it. Because to the point where you've got like Forbes basically calling out the writing.
Yeah.
they haven't like broken the dam on like the sales numbers, but in terms of like how awful the writing is, that's like ubiquitous across like the gamer world right now. Like everybody knows and everybody acknowledges, no matter what, whether you're a stinky journo or you're a AAA developer or you're a gamer, everybody knows and agrees that the writing of this game is shit, including the people who like the game.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, you can't, right, defend it, because I saw some clips on TikTok. Like, I follow a lot of like left-leaning people too, right? And there are a bunch of people that I interact with that were trying to make like edits and hype the game, you know, with like scenes and stuff. And every fucking scene that I saw of this game is so fucking awkward. Like it doesn't flow. It doesn't feel like I'm watching like a dialogue, right? Like it feels like two AI bots are talking to each other.
it does sound very like an AI wrote it.
Yeah,
But like the
very
way
much so.
I've heard like a lot of pretty good like descriptions of how bad, like one like what's his name, Skill Up famously said that it sounds like all the dialect was written with like HR in the room.
Yeah.
But there's another
pretty
one.
much.
There's another one that I thought was interesting, where he just basically said like, if you put aside the messaging, the writing is just like it's condescending and it's treating the audience like a child, essentially.
Yeah. Very much.
It's very childish. So, and I'm going to get into this article from Forbes just a bit. So the best way to convince someone of your own point of view is generally not to bash them over their head with a cudgel, but that seems to be the preferred approach in modern political discourse. Yeah. And alas, in entertainment, the culture, being what it is, has lost all sense of subtlety. In far too many films, TV shows, and video games, we see a heavy-handed top-down approach to the issue of the day. It's a real shame that the developers at BioWare decided to go this route in Dragon Age the Veilguard. I've already posted, so he did a review of it. In his review, he noted that, so far at least, I hadn't encountered anything overtly preachy or that one might describe as garishly political or overly woke. The game is diverse and gives you the option to play as male, female, or trans, but in my time with it, this felt most likely like giving players more choice than freedom, and I'm all for that, especially in an RPG where choice and freedom are largely the point. Other big games in recent years have done the same thing. Well, here's the big problem, and this is another thing that I've seen, is that your choice, like you don't really have choice in this game. It gives you the illusion of choice. Like one of those famous clips, it's like talking about someone being trans or whatever, and like literally all three dialogue choices have the same result. Like you have no choice but to validate them. Which is like, I fucking can't stand that, because it's like, do you know anything about like Disneyland theme park rides? So there's this ride, one of the newer rides, in the Star Wars land. And what it is, it's like a car that holds like, it has like 6 rows that can hold like 4 people in each row. And it's like a little car, and it drives on a smooth, flat surface without any tracks, right? So it looks like it's free roaming around like the area that you're in, and you're like running away from stormtroopers, blah 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 blah, and all this intricate stuff happens, and it makes it seem like it's like this free driving car that's going around and dodging all these obstacles and stuff like that, right? But it's not, because what's actually happening is that there's a track that's buried underneath the concrete that's actually guiding the car along on a prescribed track, essentially. So it gives the passengers the illusion of trackless motion, essentially. It breaks down all the time. It's a shit ride. But that's not the point.
No.
The point is that that's what this game apparently feels like, is that it constantly presents you with the illusion of choice, but none of your choices are really that consequential. Like I saw this video that compared the most evil thing you can do in Dragon Age the Veilguard versus the most evil thing you can do in Baldur's Gate 3. And in Dragon Age the Veilguard, the most evil thing you can do is you can leave an asshole to his fate. Like, he gets like corrupted by this thing, and it turns out that he like sacrificed the town to like, you know, get money or whatever. And the choice is like then basically the evil thing you could do is you can basically just walk away from him and not save him and allow him to die from the corruption. Essentially, that's literally the most evil thing you can do is leave an asshole to die of his own devices. Whereas in Baldur's Gate 3, you can literally kill like the brain controller commander, take the throne, and then you can whatever your love interest is, you can kiss her, and then in the middle of the kiss, stab her, kill her, and push her off the because they have like those brain ships up in the sky, you know, push her off the ship's deck, take the throne, declare that your, you know, allegiance is to Baal, which is like the god of death or whatever, and then mind control your other companions, and then make them just walk off the edge. So you kill your entire party, and then you summon blades that pierce and kill every single person on the planet. It's literally kill everything and everyone in the entire world until you're literally the only remaining thing alive. And like, it's
just
on
a
the
little
side.
different.
It's on the side. It's like that's the most evil thing you could do in Baldur's Gate 3. But that's what real role playing choice looks like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Which is why Baldur's Gate 3 is so fucking incredible. And yeah, and it's like no fucking wonder that all the journalists and game developers when Baldur's Gate 3 came out were like saying, this is not normal. This game is like far beyond exceptional. Please don't. This shouldn't be a new normal. That's a ridiculous standard to hold things to. And it's like, now we know why they were saying that, because when something like Dragon Age the Veilguard releases and you compare it, you go, oh, they're lying to me. This isn't a role-playing game.
Yeah. This is a storytelling game where
it's an on rails.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really have any choice here. So yeah, it's like
movie.
No wonder.
I'm paying to play a movie.
Let's see. This is being around. Yeah, but I not yet arrived at a certain section of the game that has now been making the rounds on social media, being roundly and rightfully mocked. Unfortunately, the scene is questioned will play directly into the narrative that this game is woke. Well, yeah, like it's unfortunate because you're on that side. You know what I mean? But the truth is the truth.
Yeah.
Like. Feeding a cycle of online discourse that goes nowhere but earns a lot of clicks. No, it does go somewhere. That's the thing. Like, they always try to downplay this shit, but it's just like, no, like, we know now that Dragon Age Veilguard's numbers actually aren't very good. Like, I think chat can attest to this. I always try to give like game performance and the other side like the benefit of the doubt, and like I try to like steelman them. Like, there's this rumor out that from like Endymion, because of course it's always Endymion, he has all the inside scoops. That like this game like cratered, it sold less than Star Wars Outlaws. Like, it only sold 500,000 copies. There was like 30,000 returns by the third day. All of the kind of shit. And I'm just like, well, that's based on your like anonymous sources. But like, we don't need that rumor to know that this game did not perform well. You know what I mean? Like, you can just look at the numbers on Steam and you can assume a few things that are safe to assume. Like, it's safe to assume that the game cost probably around or north of $200 million, considering that it took them 10 years to make it and they had to basically scrap it and restart it twice. So I think it's safe that this game costs at least $200 million, you know? And then the Steam numbers, like the highest projected player base on Steam alone was like 500,000. And if you like look at other games and stuff like that, there's like a factor. It's not exact, but you can always assume like a factor of about like 1.2 So if you take like that number that the Steam is estimating for sales, like you times it by like 1.2 basically, or like 2.2. Sorry, 2.2. So it's like in this case that would come out to like 1.1, 1.2 million, essentially.
Okay.
That's generally accurate, although that's going to vary wildly. Like it could be anywhere between 1 and 2 million, you know. But even then, if it costs $200 million, they need like that means they need 4 to 5 million copies sold.
Yeah.
And if they're only at between 1 and 2, and they have no DLC planned, no expansions, nothing. There's no plans, future plans for this game. They're already done with it. It's already shelved. They're doing Mass Effect next. So it's like,
yeah,
this game isn't gonna, not gonna come close to recouping its budget based on that alone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you don't have to like get all.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't have to get all conspiratorial about like you know, my trusted insider sources. Well, I'm not gonna tell you who they are. You don't have to do that shit to know that this game is a failure. You know, just you could just do basic back of the napkin math and figure it out. And like, and besides that, there's also like the fact that like Steam and the PlayStation Store and the Xbox Store all take a 30% cut of digital sales. So like when you factor that in, that's like another, you know, if they sold you're seeing like people bring up the Nvidia thing too, because like Nvidia had this deal where like
they a bunch of free games.
That's a no, it wasn't free though. That's a non-item. First of all, I looked into this. First of all, the Nvidia deal was for new signups only, and it was for people who paid the subscription service for 6 months or more, which the 6 month is $100. Do you think that people how many people do you think wanted to play Dragon Age Veilguard, and the way that they went to do that, instead of Steam, instead of the PlayStation Store, they bought a $100 subscription to the Nvidia service? Not a lot. and it's not like EA gave that up for free. Like EA got a chunk of money for that deal.
Yeah,
right. Like
absolutely.
Nvidia paid EA to put their game on the platform for free to drive subscriptions to the platform. Now I don't know what that looks like. It's one of three things. It's either a flat rate, so they just gave them a lump sum, or number two, they get a cut. They get like 30% of all the $100 subscription sales. They get 30% of that, or something, whatever the percentage is, or a combination of the two, lump sum plus royalties, kind of a thing. But no matter how you slice it, EA made money. EA got money for the Nvidia thing, so that's like a non-item, that as far as I'm concerned. But again, like this is me being charitable. There's no fucking way that they're even close to recouping their production costs on this thing. And now,
that's kind of
what does give credence to the rumors that it's sold sub-million, you know, less than Star Wars Outlaws, is the fact that EA, BioWare, have yet to announce that they have made 1 million sold, 2 million sold, 3 million sold. Because you know that the moment that they reach those milestones, they fucking let you know about it. And there hasn't been a peep from anybody about thank you players for 1 million units shipped or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's it's radio silence, which indicates to
very
me
telling.
which really tells me that they haven't gotten there yet. You know? So it's like, geez. And it's like, a check and a test. I try to give these companies the benefit of the doubt pretty much every single time. And every single time, they let me down. They do. I'm like Star Wars Outlaws. Ubisoft said that they wanted 7 to 8 million sales. I was like, I think you're going to get 4 to 5. No, they only did 1. Fuck you, Helmsman. And I was like, God, dude, I'm trying to like, I'm trying to throw him a bone, but it's just like, my God, dude, how do you guys suck so much at this? You know? And then in this case, I thought that Dragon Age, it would be like 3 to 4 million. You know? I thought that it was going to be roughly breaking even with their budget. I didn't think it was going to be a massive flop. I didn't think it was going to be a massive breakout success. I thought it was just going to be a middling financial thing. Doesn't really make a huge impact. They recoup their costs to keep the studio chugging along to make Mass Effect 5. That's what I thought it was going to be. But if the numbers are real, BioWare is in trouble, because that's strike 3, or at least a foul fucking ball. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because they already fucking failed with Anthem and Andromeda. So,
Uh-huh.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think it's looking good. And the thing is that like, I don't think that like a Steam sale is going to save it, because
Yeah.
the word of mouth on the game is so bad that you could give it away for free and people still wouldn't play it.
Yeah. Very
know,
much so.
So,
Mm-hmm.
oh man,
Yeah, people play free games when they're like curious about it. When your entire image of the game is bad, they're not interested because it's free.
mm-hmm. Well, there's this thing called earned marketing. I've talked about this before. Earned marketing is basically like the free marketing you get from good word of mouth and like streamers and then just general enthusiasm. So like a streamer plays like if you get Iron Mouse playing your game, you know, that's that's going to cause a spike in sales that you didn't have to spend $1 in advertising to get. That's called earned marketing, essentially. And BioWare, they have none of that. You could also call it just general goodwill. That's like a layman's term for it. BioWare has none of that. Similar to the Ubisoft. Ubisoft also has none of that. So there's other companies that do though. CD Projekt Red does have goodwill. Like there's all these things about like DEI infesting CD Projekt Red, which is true. But the last thing they put up while all the DEI shit was in place was fucking Liberty. What was it called? The DLC pack that they came out with for Cyberpunk. Phantom Liberty. Phantom Liberty was fucking incredible. Dude, like it was bug free. It was clean. It was clean on a technical level. Okay. And the characters of the story were fucking incredible. Incredibly well written. Idris Elba was amazing. Are you kidding me? Like,
I mean,
and it's like
Idris Elba.
Yeah, exactly. But the point is that like, you know, CD Projekt Red has a track record. They need to put out a shitty game with bad writing to sour the like. You can cry DEI all you want. It's going to take an actual badly written game for CD Projekt Red to lose the goodwill. So that's what it's going to take. Because they have a track record of exceptionally good writing and characterization. But like, there's other companies that don't have the goodwill, and they're the ones who can't afford to play around with this shit. BioWare is one of them. Let me check out chat right here real quick. Best line in video game history: "Here vegetables, I'm non-binary." A ton of Steam reviews are tagged "product received for free." Wonder if those are included in their sales figures. Well, that would be the Nvidia deal. And they have to remember that, yeah, the user did not pay money for it. But Nvidia did. Nvidia paid for that copy, not the end user. So EA/BioWare, they got their money on that, even if it says free. EA BioWare got their money on that. So in the scene in question, one character misgenders another. To atone for the sin, she does a set of push-ups and then lectures the other characters on how to properly apologize. The term non-binary is thrown around, despite this being a world that very few people had even heard of when Dragon Age Inquisition came out a decade ago, let alone in a fantasy setting divorced entirely from the real world. This is immersion breaking. I like to use the word verisimilitude. Verisimilitude is it basically means like the internal consistency of the world. Like you can make up rules of a world that are not the same rules as reality.
Right.
But it is, if it remains consistent within the world, that it's not immersion breaking. And that's called verisimilitude. Verisimilitude is basically maintaining the immersion into the world because the world is following its own set of rules. Right. And those rules make sense within the world. Like a great example of this is, you ever see John Carter of Mars?
No, actually.
John Carter of Mars, he's like a human, who ends up on Mars, and because Mars is like smaller and has less gravity, he's basically like superhuman. So he can like he's basically like Superman. He has like massive strength. He can jump really high. Run really fast. Blah 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 blah. There's also like big aliens and shit on this planet on Mars. But it's like that's not reality, obviously.
Right.
But once you get into that world and you learn the rule set, it's like, okay, the aliens are here. These are the aliens. This is what John Carter is capable of doing. That's the rule set of the world. As long as that world is consistent with that rule set, then it maintains verisimilitude. So
exactly.
He goes on to say, frankly, it's written so poorly that it comes across as self-parody. The character's performative apology is shallow and empty, as all performative apologies are. In my experience, a simple and genuine sorry is better than making a big show of it and then bragging about how much better your apology is. The whole scene feels freshly cut from some conversation in an undergrad gender studies class in the year 2024. The kind of conversations that undergrads will someday look back and cringe over. Why can't I see the scene? Let's see this. Is it here? I don't see the scene.
I don't know.
No.
There's
here it is. Here it is.
There it is. Yeah.
Actually,
I saw this one. This scene is fuck. It was what I was talking about. Like this, it seems like it's written by AI. Like this is not.
Well, it sounds like it's written by a child. It sounds like it's written by a child who just like learned of this stuff, And so they feel like it's not like dialogue or conversation. It's just info dumping.
Yeah, it's definitely just that. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like people talking to each other. And it's like it sounds like someone it's like a preachy school marm lecturing a classroom of kids. Which absolutely fits, because when you watch this scene, you'll notice that like a lot of people, they sit just like she's sitting right here. They sit like in an awkward stance with their hands like on their thighs or their knees. Like they don't they're always sitting like this in this game. Like your posture should tell you about your demeanor and your character and that kind of stuff. And then like everybody's always like on edge. It's like really strange. Yeah. So let me make sure that you guys can all hear this. Yeah, we got to suffer through this again.
Pounding that snake's nose. Apparently. She's still holding the ruby in her other hand. Maker's panties. I was so proud.
Oh,
Ah, shit. They're still holding it. Sorry.
what are you doing?
Pulling a barb.
Oh, okay. A barb?
Tradition in the Lords of Fortune.
See how like weirdly mechanical they all move?
Good guy, but like most of us, his plans went sideways a lot. Bad blood among your crew's not good for morale, but there's not always time for big, drawn-out apologies. So, when one of us screws up and we know we've screwed up, we do a quick 10 to put it right. Pulling a barb.
It's so awkward.
There we go.
So, so out of place.
I'm glad the Lords of Fortune have Tarsh's back.
Oh, Tarsh isn't the first non-binary member of the Lords.
Jesus Christ.
It was a little before your time, but Horlicks was one of ours. Huh. Bastard looked better than I did in a dress or pants. And out of them, too.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. I know what goes on, but it's like, you've all seen it. We don't need to watch the whole thing again, but it's just like, this is so just unimaginably awful. Like,
it's...
I also have to say, like,
God.
the character designs, like what they're wearing, it's so awful as well. Like, these look like Concord characters.
I wouldn't go so far as saying they look like Concord, because Concord is just a fucking mess. I feel like it is very like off-putting, because like these characters don't seem to like they belong together.
Well,
like, for starters, this, Well,
like
so
when you look at these characters, like this is supposed to be Isabella, right? I mean, you look at Isabella from the past games. Like, she's got like these tall thigh-high leather boots. She's got like armor, but it's like cloth, so like you could tell that, but just by her fashion, what she does. She's a fast moving rogue, you know. But when you look at like this, what?
Looks like a pirate.
Yeah, what role?
Like
well,
a
she looks like a concubine who stole a pirate hat. Like,
yeah.
I just when you look at this, you can't tell what they do. You know what I mean? Like the fashion just doesn't match like what they are. And it's so off-putting, and that's one of the biggest problems with Concord. It's like when you looked at a Concord character, you couldn't tell if they were like a tank or a ranged attack or you know, you couldn't tell what they did by their fashion, and you should be able to, and their design, you should be able to tell that. That's what good character design is, and it's just not here. It's just absolutely gone. I mean, and there's more of this. This got expanded. Where is it? This. So this was discovered. Let me see if I can find this right here. So she goes into the codex menu.
Right.
She goes to one of the codexes she collected. That right there. And what she's highlighting there is this. I want you to read this.
Me? All right.
I want you to read this.
Okay. Let's see. Tosh notes. Meeting shuttle dragons to talk gender stuff. Oh, great. Writing notes to work through gender crap. Going to root for help, maybe. Okay.
So this is Tosh basically just like writing down like a train. It's like a train of thought.
Okay. Yeah. Like. All right. How do you say that? Mayvaris?
Sure.
Mayvari's pretty. Tarking tough. Both trans. Both open about being trans and said I could share stuff if you helped me on my journey. I didn't ask for a journey. Trans means was other gender. It changed? Wait, no. Was always the new thing. Just now acknowledge. Not changing. Affirming. I feel like I'm having a stroke reading this.
I know.
Trans woman is woman. Not feeling right in body is dysphoria. Whole big thing. Could like want to be guy instead of girl. No. Could like not connected to body. Not everyone does it. Fucking the way they write this is so fucking weird.
Right here.
Could feel uncomfortable with girls who act more feminine. No, I like girls. Girls smell good. Is this a conversation? Because it feels like two people are just.
No. This is Tosh. Again, Tosh is basically like dictating her train of thought. She's just saying.
Bro.
She's just saying stuff about gender-related nonsense. She's just dumping it basically out of her mind onto the paper.
It is because it's so like inconsistent. But like hanging out with lords more than girls. Ashamed of not doing what your gender should do. Ugh. Getting euphoria is feeling right. Non-binary means not man or woman. Can feel like either. Can look like guy, girl, neither. Can some use she, he. Some swap. Some use they, but still single with name. Flynn is non-binary. They are coming this way. Confusing, but sure. Also gender fluid. Feel different on different days. Can switch pronouns. Don't think that's me. Agender, bigender, demigender, others. A lot of different ones. Not me, but okay.
Almost done.
Never too late. Valid even if no words when younger, blah, blah, blah. Mivaris saw nose and is mad. Write this down exactly. You are valid. People will say you're not enough this or too much that. Do not let it diminish you. You two journeys are alike. It's wonderful. Embrace it. Did you get all that? Okay, fine. Okay, fine. We're done.
You're done.
That was a fucking stroke and a half. Holy shit.
I mean, if you didn't know that this came out of a Dragon Age game, would you associate with this with anything related to it? Not just Dragon Age, but anything medieval fantasy.
No, this is
No,
bro.
dude,
No,
this is like
I don't know.
this is a Tumblr trauma post.
Yeah, precisely. I was like, this is like someone got their phone, opened the notes app, and started typing because this is like not coherent, right? Like these are just jumbled thoughts. So yeah, a Tumblr post. This is just a Tumblr.
But you
post.
notice that it's not even just gender thoughts. The mentally disturbed person who wrote this made sure that all of the buzzwords gets used. Dysphoria, affirming, you know.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Acting more feminine. Let's see. Not doing what your gender do. Euphoria. That's a big one. It's feeling right. Non-binary means not man or woman, so they drop non-binary. Guy, girl, neither. They even use like how to use like plural and singular. You know, they use gender fluid. Pronouns, agender, bigender, demigender, which is like TikTok language. You know, like they make sure that in this random train of thought that every little point that you get from like your average like bedroom trans person on TikTok is stated in this thing. It's just this insane babbling that has nothing to do with anything related to Dragon Age or Veilguard. It literally exists specifically to lecture. That's the only reason this exists. It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
It's very preachy, very like it is a lecture. This is like let me teach all these gamers all about their gender, right?
Well, you see, like this one. Remember when we talked about trans earlier? Ashamed of not doing what your gender should do. Like, we were talking about that. That was one of the things that is like super vile. Like this ideology forces people to adhere in the most strictest of ways of male and female norms.
And then if you don't fit a norm, that's because you're trans. Like, yeah, no, it's so hypocritical. It is.
This gender fluid, it did feel different on different days. You know what that's called? That's called having a different mood. That's called being a different mood. It's called a mood. That's what this is. Like, it has nothing to do with your gender. You're just having a mood. Like, it's insane how far they go.
No, I feel like it's just.
And it's also funny too because like there's a few parts in here, like right here. Not me, but okay. Like even Tosh is like. Some of the stuff's kind of weird and dumb.
Yeah, and it's like, and then again, why include it? And if it's not pertinent to the character, right? It is just to teach about that kind of stuff.
And this stuff goes beyond English. You know the whole Latinx thing, right? How they basically linguistically colonized the Spanish language. They went out of their way to do the same thing to the German and the French version of this game,
bro,
where they literally made up nonsense. So it says there's no singular they in German. So what the German localization team did was to use so-called neo-pronouns, pronouns that didn't really exist until trans activists made them up. So now the game is full of the neo-pronoun hen, hem, and at the end of nouns there is an e attached. Imagine in English there's a guard. Then with German gendering, it'd be Garde. And if that wasn't enough, they're also using stuff like the gender star and the double point, i.e. the colon. Which is what the fuck?
That?
This is what it looks like. Hen is a capable fighter, but the leader star S of the troop is not a reasonable person, colon S. There's no option to turn it off. $100 million project, 200 probably. Self-sabotage by political activism. Reminder, the vast majority of German citizen is against this sort of language. There was zero need for it. But EA let it happen anyway. As a German, the worst part of this is that I have no hope for Mass Effect 5 now. And then on the French side, les, this word doesn't exist, referencing the subtitles. In French, you have either les for masculine or la for feminine. There is no neutral definite article. Gouverneur In the inclusive language, which has been rejected by the Académie Française, they use the period at the end of a masculine word followed by the feminine ending, blah, 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 blah. But basically, they're saying that they did the exact same thing in the French version. They're literally just making up bullshit for the sake of activism, and they're linguistically colonizing all these different languages now.
It is so confusing for the speakers, right? Because they do something like that. I've seen people do this to Portuguese, and it looks awful. Like,
oh yeah,
it completely sounds like a different language when you're doing shit like that, and they're making shit up with no like concern about like how the language is structured, how the rules work, right?
Well, they're colonizers. That's what it is.
Yeah, they're just coming up. They're just rules.
They're just colonizers. They're ideological, linguistic colonizers. They don't give a shit.
Yeah. They don't give a shit.
Because that's the thing. Like they say, that it's pronounced Latinx. It's like if you know the Spanish language, it's actually pronounced Latin X. Because you don't pronounce X in Spanish. You pronounce it X.
Yeah.
So,
it's not concerned about the fucking.
It's like you people
Spanish
are fucking.
language.
You people are a bunch of arrogant retards who think you can just colonize people's languages, like whole entire cultures' languages like that. Like the arrogance. It's just so disgusting.
The fucking the French Academy doesn't recognize this shit because it's pure bullshit.
It's bullshit that doesn't make sense in the language.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense at all.
The whole point of like words and stuff like that is to basically convey information in an understandable and succinct way. So if you're adding unnecessary shit to the language, then you're doing the opposite of what language exists for. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
These people fundamentally these people are so brain dead and so full of head up their own asses that they don't even have an understanding of just basic linguistic philosophy. They don't understand it. And that led Moon Studios CEO Thomas Mahler. Moon Studios made the Oni and the Blind Forest games. Described the writing in BioWare's recently released Dragon Age Veilguard as infantile and terrible. So you've even got game CEOs, game developer studios speaking out against how bad the dialogue is. In a recent post to X, Mahler, who is currently developing No Rest for the Wicked, wrote, "I grew up in the 80s, even as a young boy back then. I always thought TV shows were low-effort trash, because every show back then was trying to be as politically correct as possible. Every show was about happy families, always trying to paint a perfect picture, always being careful not to talk about anything that could be in the slightest controversial. Then The Simpsons and Fresh Prince of Bel-Air," I was just about to say Fresh Prince, blew up because it bucked that trend. Fresh Prince dropped, and that stuff suddenly felt radical because every now and then the writers on these shows dared to approach subjects that were real. 100%, dude. When the Fresh Prince got real, oh man, it's what made that. It's those moments that made that show so damn special. We're like those, we're gonna drop the comedy and be serious here. And whenever they tried it's like that episode where the dad does like a pool hustle.
And he fucking
he does it to like the talk that he has with with the kids after that is so fucking good, dude. You want to know another show that's more recent that did the same thing, where it was like a comedy, but occasionally it would drop the comedy, it would get serious, and it was really fucking good. Was Scrubs. Scrubs. It was like this goofy comedy, but it had every once in a while it had an episode that was had real it kind of dropped it and just got serious, and oh man, it was fucking good. They did such a good job with it, and it set that show apart. They said, and whenever they tried that, it resulted in episodes that were memorable. Yep, I'd like to think it's because the writers managed to put some of their own experiences in there. Then in the late 90s, The Sopranos dropped, and suddenly it was clear that TV shows didn't have to be trash. That the episodic format could actually be used to give even more insight into characters, their trials and tribulations, etc. And it kept going from that point on. We saw more and more TV shows that delivered excellent drama, like The Wire, Breaking Bad, He then turned his attention to Dragon Age, the Veilguard, and video games. Looking at games now, it's clear to see that we're apparently moving back to the Stone Age of political correctness. I just watched a Dragon Age playthrough, and it's quite unfathomable how infantile and terrible the writing is. Everything feels sanitized and dehumanized. I don't know why we're suddenly thinking that this is okay. Your job as a writer is to write about things that are heartfelt, interesting, and true, to draw people into that world that you created. And if this is the best that you can come up with, you shouldn't be a writer in the first place. Damn. Dude, it's going hard.
Yeah, he dunked on him.
Yeah, I hate to sound so harsh because I'm sure these people had the best intentions in mind, but this is what happens when art is created by amateurs. When we have to walk on eggshells and don't dare to approach difficult subjects, you end up with a bland and bad product instead of art. Always approach writing from a human angle first. Draw from your own experiences and dare to approach subjects that might seem risky, because often magic happens when we're okay with making ourselves vulnerable. Mahler's not the only one to criticize the game's dialogue and writing. Well, that's all they wanted to focus on, though.
Yeah, that
but
was
like,
fucking bait.
The thing is, it's like I've seen people like I've watched a lot of like reviews of this game, and like I've seen a lot of people were like they said that they enjoy the game and they actually like the game, but the dialogue is killing the game for them. The dialogue and the characters are like killing the game, and it's like, why do you play a Dragon Age game? There's two reasons you play a Dragon Age game. One would be good combat, and the other, the most important one, is characterization and dialogue. Right? Yeah. That's what made BioWare so popular from the beginning. From the OG SWTOR to Jade Empire to the OG Mass Effect and Mass Effect 2, you know, they made a name for themselves because they had such exceptional writing. And now they're putting out this absolute trash that everybody across all political stripes and all opinions of this game think is the worst ever. You know? Yeah. So... But yeah, this game is gonna get forgotten, especially when Monster Hunter fucking Wilds comes out in February.
Yeah,
dude, that game had like 500, 600 something concurrent, you know, CCV on Steam during the beta, and it's like, I bet you it'll either be the same or higher than that on release. Dude, that game is gonna be fucking massive. Dude, February is packed, dude. Fucking. Assassin's Creed Shadows is fucked, and that game isn't going to isn't getting pushed back again. It is not getting pushed back. I keep telling people this, that they have to release it in their current fiscal year because Star Wars Outlaws and Skull and Bones were such failures that they have to release it in the current fiscal year, and their fiscal year ends on March 31st. So they have to release it in like mid to late February. They have no choice. And it's not gonna. The thing is, like, I don't know what kind of numbers it's gonna do. I just don't know. I don't know. Assassin's Creed is a massive franchise.
You want to be optimistic again? You want to keep hyping them up?
I'm not. I don't want to hype them. I'm just like, I'm trying to be generous to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think, like, it's a really big IP, but like we have two in a row, Outlaws, Star Wars Outlaws, and Dragon Age, that where the IP wasn't enough to keep it from failing. So I mean, at this point, I can imagine Assassin's Creed hovering around 1 million copies as well. And it needs way more than that, because that game plus Assassin's Creed Hex are the two games that are basically being like the flagship games for Assassin's Creed Infinite, which is like their always online, like meta Assassin's Creed system game, whatever the fuck it is. And these two games are like the linchpin for that service. And it's like, I think that service is going to fail.
Yeah, no, pretty likely it will fail.
Yeah. So that's Dragon Age. It is a shit show in dialogue, and otherwise has childish combat and puzzle solving. And it looks like a Pixar movie that Far Cry could fit into. Pass.
Yeah, very much not a dark fantasy game.
Okay. In the spirit of speeding things up a little bit, let me see here. We have to cover that one, but That's a lot here. Okay. I guess we can go over this really quick. So Kotaku is laid a bunch of people off. How many people? I'm gonna let you guess. How many people do you think are full time at Kotaku right now after these layoffs?
I don't even know how many they did before that. Let's say let's go. I don't know, 1,000. I mean, it's a big thing. It's a big platform, isn't it? Kotaku,
lower.
I remember that.
Lower. Way lower.
Way lower. Let's go half. 500.
Way lower.
What the fuck? 100?
Lower.
What do you mean lowered?
Keep going.
50.
Lower.
10 people. What the fuck?
Lower.
What do you mean? What? Wait, no, wait. What do you mean lower? It's at 10.
It's reported that there are 4 full-time Kotaku staff at the moment.
There's no way. How are they keeping that shit up?
We have to remember that the vast majority of the writers aren't full-time. Writers typically aren't full-time on a platform. Writers are generally mercenaries, right? They write an article here for this outlet, they write an article here for that outlet.
Okay, these are just writers for writers. Okay.
No, I'm talking but they're actual staff, the actual people that are behind the publishing arm of Kotaku. It's down to 4, roughly.
That
4
is
people
still
working
so
full time.
little to keep a whole website running.
It's a dead project at this point. The Geno Media network that owns website also knows nothing about running websites, has made further cuts at the already beleaguered Kotaku, with a number of writers announcing today that they had been laid off. Willow Rowe and Moises Tavares, 2 writers who only joined the site earlier this year, were abruptly laid off by management this afternoon. Also announcing their departure from Kotaku today, albeit on their own terms, questionable, was senior editor Alyssa Mercante. Yeah, infamous Mercanti.
Yeah, you know it's bad when I remember her name.
Yeah, right. She's the most infamous journalist in the circuit right now. Her and Jason Schreier are probably the 2 most infamous people in the circuit right now. Who posted that after 2 years at the site, she was moving on. The layoffs and the departure of Mercante leaves Kotaku with just 6. Oh, I was wrong. It's 6. It's not 4. It's 6.
Oh, it's still not right.
6 full-time staff, including an editor-in-chief who only joined a few months ago after his predecessor resigned in protest over Geno Media's management of the site. They follow several rounds of layoffs to have already taken place in 2024, affecting both editorial staff and writers. Geno Media management is once again punishing workers for its own bad decisions. Managing editor Carolyn Pettit wrote on Blue Sky. Carolyn Pettit is also an infamous person in the game journal sphere. She got famous, or infamous I should say, because she gave that horrible walking simulator Gone Home a perfect 10, way back in 2018 or some shit like that. Do you remember that at all?
No, not at all.
She's also famous because she's a trans person who ended up joining oh shit, what's her name? The Gamergate girl.
The Gamergate, huh?
Oh shit, it starts with an A. What's her name? Damn it, why am I forgetting her name? Oh, crap, why have I forgotten? Her name just completely left my mind. Chad, help me. I'm on the ropes here. Anita Sarkeesian. Got it. Anita Sarkeesian.
Okay.
So Carolyn Pettit, she joined Anita Sarkeesian's crew, did a bunch of work for her, and then Anita Sarkeesian never paid her, and then she left that.
Oh.
And then she started working on GameSpot or something like that. Because she's an infamously awful game reviewer that makes the circuits. Management mandated that some writers stick to service posts, and now that the numbers aren't panning out, surprise, surprise, 2 of those writers have been laid off. Cruel and misguided. Kotaku is one of the last remaining websites in Geno Media's portfolio, following the recent sale of everything from The Onion to Jalopnik to whatever was left on Deadspin, which is also dying. Deadspin is getting sued into oblivion by the Kansas City Chiefs kid. You know about that story. So there's a kid, like 8 years old, massive Kansas City Chiefs fan, paints half of his face red, the other half of his face black because those are the team colors, and then goes and roots for his team, and then some black racist asshole at Deadspin accuses him publicly in an article, in a full-blown article on Deadspin, of being a double racist, wearing both blackface against black people and red face against Indians.
Oh my god!
And then the public roasted the fuck, like went nuclear on this dude. The families, the next game, everybody showed up with their face painted the exact same way, which is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
The family sues Deadspin. Deadspin tries to get the case sorted out, and the judge says, no, we're going to court with this. So Deadspin is probably going to be dead soon, too.
Yeah.
Masset is now down to just a handful of writers and editors, with much of the site's service work now being handed off to freelancers. Service work being guides. So this was Grum's little announcement on it, basically saying, and this is her statement. After exactly 2 years, I've decided to leave Kotaku and my role as senior editor. I am eternally grateful for Kotaku's editorial team and all the, just basic bullshit. Now, there's also, what do we call it? Whispers and rumors about that she is actually landing at Compulsion Games, because she's been seen like buddying up to those people and taking photos with them and all this kind of stuff. And it's just like, yeah, she's gonna land as like a game writer. Bet. So it's like, keep an eye, because she's not just gonna disappear. She's not gonna go back to the streets like we want her to. So keep an eye out for her, because she's gonna end up being hired by like either one of these dog shit consultancy agencies or direct. We don't know, but I bet you she ends up somewhere like that. Okay. Let's go over the Palworld Nintendo lawsuit real quick.
Oh yeah.
So I've been following this. The update is, we know what the patents are, and we know that the amount that they want is.
Okay. All right.
So this is from Pocket Pair directly. As announced on September 19th, the Pokemon Company and Nintendo Co., hereinafter referred to as the plaintiffs, have filed a patent infringement lawsuit against us. Now remember, this is a patent, so it's game mechanics, not copyright, not IP. We have received inquiries from various media outlets regarding the status of the lawsuit, and we would like to report the details and current status of the case as follows. So, the plaintiffs claim that Palworld, released by us on January 19th, 2024, infringes upon the following 3 patents held by the plaintiffs, and are seeking an injunction against the game and compensation for a portion of the damages incurred between the date of the registration of the patents and the date of filing of this lawsuit. So here's the 3 patents. Now,
right.
It is confirmed that it is the ball throwing mechanic. It is the mechanic of throwing an object in a virtual space that captures and or releases some kind of creature to fight on your behalf. Right. That's the mechanic that they're patenting here.
Okay.
And here's the 3 things that they want: an injunction against Palworld, which is basically, that's kind of scary, because that basically means you have to stop. The game has to basically get terminated. What that means.
Yeah, which sucks.
Payment of 5 million yen plus late payment damages to the Pokemon Company. Payment of 5 million yen plus late payment damages to the Nintendo Company. 5 million yen is not a lot of money.
Not a lot of money, yeah. But
here's this. So yeah.
But there's the.
This is the mechanic here.
Damage. Yeah.
Now, the wild thing about this is that the damage is totaled only to about $60,000. It's like Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And I was watching some analysis on this from Pirate Games. He brought a lawyer on, and the lawyer actually had some really good insight into this. He postulates that what they're doing is that they lost a fuck ton of goodwill with their player base as a result of this lawsuit. And so what they're doing is they're seeking very, very minimal damages. And what they do is they want Pocket Pair to settle on those damages. So it's like a low amount, so it won't really hurt their pocketbook too much. I mean, Palworld is massive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They made a fuck ton of money off of it.
Palworld
They're
is
partnered with
fucking-
Sony now, all this shit. So they can afford to give them like $60,000 just to like close a lawsuit out, right? But the problem with that is that the whole purpose that they want a really low number is they want to set precedent. They basically want to normalize their ability to retroactively sue. Because what this whole thing looks like is that this is a small upstart that has legal blind spots, obviously, and Nintendo, who has no legal blind spots and a very, 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 very solid track record of being assholes in regards to lawsuits and courtroom shit.
Oh yeah.
They're like probably the most litigious company in all of gaming. Nintendo is. And so what they're doing is they want the precedent set so that they can basically refer to this case for future lawsuits, essentially.
Right.
Which is awful, which would be an awful precedent to set. Awful precedent to set. And it also sets the precedent that you could basically take advantage of a small company that doesn't think it's infringing, so it doesn't file its own patent. Then you can go in, you can see a game that has a really cool mechanic. You can swoop in and file for that patent and then sue them retroactively over using that mechanic. That is diabolically awful for everybody. It's really anti-consumer, right? And it's extremely predatory towards the indie developer scene. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That shit's gonna kill small companies from making video games.
Yeah, it's going to be a disaster. And that's the thing, though. It says that because they have two options here. One is they settle and they allow the precedent to happen, or they recognize what's going on and they fight it. But the thing is that if they fight it, it's going to cost them a lot more than $60,000.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And it's
so
and they're fighting against
from a purely business point of view. It makes sense for them to settle, which is scary. You know what I mean? And we don't know what the nature of the partnership between them and Sony is behind the scenes. We don't know just how much Sony would be willing to help them in the legal area, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We don't know. Sony could be like, you know what? You're broiled up in this lawsuit. It's going to kill the game. We're dropping our partnership with you. It could be in Sony's best business interest to just drop Palworld as a partner instead of helping them out in the lawsuit, even though the results of the lawsuit will hurt Sony in the long run. You know what I mean? There's a lot of bad ways that this can go, and I'm really afraid of this. I'm really afraid of this.
This is very concerning, as a whole situation. And once again, Nintendo's just showing that they're pieces of shit.
And the other thing about this, though, is that Palworld's got to have some... Because this is the thing. If this gets brought into a courtroom, there's actually a really good chance that Palworld could actually beat Nintendo on merit in this thing. And one of the reasons is number one, when you file for when you file for a patent in Japan, it's supposed to only go through if would this ruling precedent be enforced in American courts, though? No. Not necessarily. It's complicated. I'm not a legal expert, Tailfin. I'm just conjecturing right now. But I mean, maybe it could. I mean, it's definitely gonna fuck with things in Japan, though. And Japan's where it's at right
absolutely.
now. You know?
Yeah.
But the thing is, if they took this thing into a courtroom, they would have to trigger a second lawsuit. Is the problem? Because the merits of the patent is separate from the violation of the patent. You know what I mean? Palworld would have to file a lawsuit against a combination of Nintendo company or whoever entity filed the patent, and also the patent organization that approved the patent, because one of the key things about patent law when you file to get a patent in Japan, I think it's way in America too, is it has to be it has to be a novel idea. If it's like a normal thing that's already out there, then it can't be patented, essentially. And here's the kicker. Do you know that Palworld is not the only game that Pocket made?
Right.
What do you remember? What the first game was?
No.
The first game was called Craftopia. Craftopia had similar capture mechanics. And you want to know when that game came out? That game came out before Pokemon Arceus came out. Because you have to remember that the whole reason that they retroactively filed this patent is because of its similarity to Arceus. But Craftopia has a similar mechanic that was released previously to Arceus.
I see.
So you see here, there's actually a really strong case. Number one, that they could sue the patent agency and say that this patent should have never been filed because this mechanic was already out in the world and it's no longer a novel thing, right? And then that would nullify the patent, which would retroactively nullify these lawsuits. But they can also go into the courtroom under this lawsuit and say, hey, we were there before Pokemon was with this mechanic, not the other way around, because of Craftopia. You know, so there are actually solid, very, very solid avenues of winning this case on its merits, in my opinion. And I really, really hope that Pocket recognizes how important how important this lawsuit is, and they side on the principle and the side of the customer base, because these lawsuits, all these patents, like, first of all, I had no idea. I think none of this, no one in the gaming world knew about this side of gaming development until this lawsuit became public. And I would think that 99% of gamers, if asked should companies be able to patent game mechanics, the answer is there's going to be a resounding no. IP, fine. You know, your creature designs, that kind of stuff, totally fine to patent that, no problem. But game mechanics, no. That should be off the table. You should not be able to patent game mechanics at all. Because you have to remember, like, the two that I can think of that are really freaking cool that we never got to get. Well, number one was the Nemesis system and the Shadows of Mordor game. That Warner Brothers owns a patent on that Nemesis mechanic, and because they own it, nobody else can do it, and it fucking sucks because it's an amazing mechanic. And the other one is loading screen mini games.
Oh yeah.
Back in the day, there were loading screens.
Yeah, there were a lot of mini games on loading screens.
Well, no. Well, like back in the day, until Bandai Namco patented mini games on loading screens, and then no more. Then all of the mini game loading screens went away. And the thing is, it's like 20 years later the patent expires. But guess what? 20 years later, loading screens are a thing of the past. So that this whole time we could have been playing mini games during loading screens for all of our games, but because of Bandai Namco filing, getting a patent on that shit, we never got it.
Yeah, that sucks. That is so.
Dude, patenting game mechanics should be just no.
Yeah,
Never.
It should be off limits.
Off limits. It's so anti-consumer, and it's just bad business. It's just flat out bad business.
Yeah.
Because you don't, if people can't build and work on and be inspired by game mechanics, then what the fuck are we doing here? You're gonna force the whole game industry into how could a game industry thrive with that kind of a chilling effect there? It's just it's gross. International commerce law is its own thing. True. Even older games around when Blue Red came out. Craftopia, Mr. Cordell. Get your mind out of the powder bin.
I mean,
I don't think Pokemon was the first to begin with. I don't think it, I bet if you looked, I don't know, but I bet if you looked, I bet you're right. I bet Pokemon wasn't the first. But the whole thing is, it's like, it's all based around Arceus, because Arceus was like the first Pokemon game where it was like fully 3D, full camera control, full roaming ability. You know what I mean? And so that's like the throwing a ball in a 3-dimensional space. You know, that kind of stuff. Yeah. It's all based off of Arceus. So yeah, it's it sucks. It really fucking sucks. Okay, I have a series of rapid fires here, and then one last story to cap it off. Are you all right?
Yeah.
All right. Number 1.
Let's go.
Mass Effect TV series is in the works at Amazon from the Fast and Furious 9 writer.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. After fucking Halo TV show.
Yeah, no.
I don't.
I don't get excited.
I don't want Shepherd Cheeks. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't want Shepherd Cheeks. Oh man. So Daniel Casey is set to write and executive produce the adaptation. Kareem Zariq will executive produce under his Cedar Tree Productions banner, with Ari Arad and EA's Michael Gamble also executive producing. Cedar Tree is currently under an overall deal at Amazon MGM Studios. So that's happening. I'm already not confident. I just don't have faith.
Yeah, no.
I don't have faith at all in any of these like, that's the thing. That's what's so mind-blowingly about Arcane. Like Arcane, it's like this one diamond in the rough, and it's like the it's like the shiniest diamond ever discovered.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like it's such an amazing show. It's like, I cannot believe that this is like probably one of the most amazing shows ever created, and it's based off of one of the most toxic fucking games ever made.
Yeah, dude, that's what's so fucking mind-blowing about it.
Yeah.
It's a game that most people, even people that play it, don't like it.
Now, on the other hand, like,
so absurdly popular.
Yeah, it's like now it's like, I also think of like the Fallout TV series, which it seems like half the people liked it and the other half hated it, and there's no in between. It seems with that one. I never saw it. I'm not like a huge Fallout fan.
Me neither.
I really like Fallout New Vegas, but I don't like go out of my way to play Fallout.
I never played any Fallout either.
So New Vegas is the best one. I played 3, New Vegas, and 4. And New Vegas is easily the best one. But
yeah, this is usually what I hear.
But plus, it was cool because I was still living in Las Vegas when that game came out, so it was like cool to like see like the Stratosphere Tower and all these other places that I've been to. But anyway, yeah, I mean, at this point, I had the same reaction to this as when the Yakuza show was announced. I'm just like, we'll see. I'm not confident, and it's probably going to end up bad. Let's just be real. We'll see. Maybe we'll see. But you know, who knows? Honestly, I feel like,
I mean,
you want to know why Arcane? I think is one of the reasons that Arcane is so successful is because it's not live action.
Yeah, that's 100% a reason for success.
I always thought that like a lot of these things actually would be served way better if they were animated and not live action. So
yeah,
well, but then
absolutely.
Then we got the Lara Croft animated show, and it's dog shit. So it's like, fuck.
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
I mean, it's a step in the right direction to make it an animation, but it doesn't guarantee.
Hire Henry Cavill to play Ed Shepard because the whole Warhammer thing is dead. Hire him. And he will keep your asses on the straight and narrow, or else he will kill your project.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's fucking The Witcher.
Speaking of Mass Effect, the Normandy has appeared in No Man's Sky. The Normandy's in No Man's Sky now, and No Man's Sky is a fucking phenomenal game. It really is. Like in terms of like, I mean, like, I'm a fan of like the survival crafting genre.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've been playing like Enshrouded a lot and stuff like that. There's one that Amarada got me interested in that I bought. I have it installed. I just need to boot it up and try it out. But No Man's Sky is like fucking peak. It's peak of that genre, man. It's just like it's a fun game. Like it's a fun game to just explore around it. Like that's the whole point of it. It's just like explore,
like,
and then like if you find like it's literally a whole procedurally generated galaxy. So it's literally it's like literally trillions of planets that are procedurally generated. And every planet has its own unique fauna and flora, and some have water environments. They have like, and it's like full atmospherics, and it's an incredible experience. It really is. And it's actually not difficult to get into either, even though it's on its like 19th millionth update at this point, because like the game has gone like way far and beyond what it originally promised. And it is just a phenomenal experience at this point. I find myself going back to No Man's Sky all the time. So great game. So that's a cool little thing that appeared in the game.
Yeah, that's awesome. I like when games do that, like cameos of other games, you know.
This show better have Game of Thrones season 1 level fan service.
Wow.
I mean, if they're gonna have what's the race, the hot girl race, Amari, what is it called? I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, you're asking too much of me.
Yeah, I don't.
Names of races.
This was an interesting little story I saw. Marvelous reports a 92% drop in profits following the absence of Senran Kagura and Rune Factory.
Wow.
Yeah, Marvelous is basically dead at this point.
Yeah, 92% drop. That's rough.
So they released their financial
Senran
results.
Kagura, like I feel like Senran Kagura is such a fucking popular.
It's not
IP.
though, because remember the guy who led the franchise, he just quit the whole industry because he was sick of the censorship.
Really?
Yeah, this was a long time ago when this happened.
I didn't know that, huh?
And basically, Marvelous has been under the heel of censorious requirements, and it's killing their IPs, and it's killing the company. It's basically what's happening. So they released their financial results for the first half of the fiscal year, spanning April to September, and it's not looking good. Once known for beloved series like Senran Kagura and Rune Factory, the company now resembles a shriveled husk, fixated on playing it safe with bland and inclusive indie titles. Yeah, that's... During this period, Marvelous saw a serious drop in earnings. Net sales came in at 12,877 million yen. It was like 84 and change million USD, down 8% year on year. Their operating profit has just 592 million yen, a brutal 48.6 decrease compared to last year. And the net profit of barely scraped by at 78 million JP, or 0.5 million USD. So $500,000. A staggering 92.9% decline for the same time last year.
That is so rough, dude.
The company's digital content sector, which includes video games, saw a 33.3% drop in net profit year on year, with sales also down by 22.1%, totaling 6,246 million yen, or just under 41 million USD. The reason for this pretty lousy performance is no shock. Yeah, it's really not a shock. Marvelous Entertainment put out basically nothing worth a damn in terms of strong game releases, either in Japan or overseas. Aside from a few indie titles like the Hokkaido Serial Murder Case, the Akshat Disappearance, Memories in Ice remake via their subsidiary Gmode. What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah,
there was
very
nothing,
indie shit. Like what the fuck?
There's nothing to hold fans' interest. Marvelous has lost its niche audience years ago, especially after shelving mainline Senran Kagura installments. Yeah, that was the moment they did that. After the main guy behind Senran Kagura left, that was like the beginning of the end for the company.
Yeah, the tipping.
Senran Kagura is their flagship thing, and it was super popular.
Senran Kagura is just
and the thing
so
is that
popular.
when the company decided to not keep making it and bow to censorship, that their fan base pretty much abandoned them too. It's like, you didn't stand up for yourself, so if you're not going to stand up for yourself, then why should I? Kind of an attitude.
Yeah. What a shocker. The fans of Senran Kagura are not happy with censorship.
If they release a mainline Senran Kagura game, it would sell totally fine. It would make money. It would easily net profit if they release one.
I believe that. I believe that.
Co-produced with Tamsoft, the series had built a name for itself with beat-em-up gameplay, anime-inspired visuals, and a focus on humor, fan service, and action featuring eye-catching female shinobi. Starting with Senran Kagura Shoujo Tachi no Shine, known in the West as Senran Kagura Burst, for the Nintendo 3DS, the franchise follows groups of female ninjas from... We know this. The transformations and outfit choices became iconic parts of the gameplay and appeal, making it one-of-a-kind series for fans. Yeah. You see like let's see, Sony Shihui Yoshida says they need to cater to all genders, ages, races, sexual orientations. No, oh my god! How many times do they have to keep falling into this fucking attitude? Like, how many times does this have to happen before you learn the fucking lesson? If you make a game for everybody, you end up with a game for nobody. How do they not know this yet? Like,
it's fucking history repeats itself.
Play to your niche.
People are not smart.
I just don't understand how they keep making the same mistake over and over again. It's just, oh my god.
It is fucking ridiculous. Like, I feel like there's a little bit of idiocy and greed when they see shit like Baldur's Gate that gets like millions and millions of sales and make Larian just fucking such a icon as a studio, and then they do, oh, I want to do something like this. Not necessarily with Baldur's Gate, but they want to be that one in a million that makes the game that's everyone's gonna buy, everyone's gonna like, gonna love, gonna revere this game. So what they do, they try to appeal to everyone, which is fucking stupid because that's not the
it's like, you can't make a niche IP for everyone. It's niche that's why it's niche. Niche for everyone is an oxymoron. Like, you can't do that.
You can't.
Sony prevents P-Cube from releasing Omega Labyrinth Z on PS4, PS Vita, and North America and Europe. So you're seeing like a collage of censorship, basically, that's basically killing their IPs. By the way, Omega Labyrinth Z is literally a breast expansion roguelike. Not even joking.
Oh,
I have a pirated copy. I have a pirated copy of it for reasons.
What's the name again?
Omega Labyrinth Z.
Okay, Omega.
Look it up. Look it up. You could probably find it out there.
Just for research purposes, Chad.
Well, the other thing is that PS5 isn't region locked. You can actually make like a Japanese or a Hong Kong account, and you can see it on the store that way. That's another way you can get it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Let me see. Sony's new PS4 policy prohibits future Senran Kagura games from including intimacy mode. Sony's PS4 censorship policy forces Japanese devs to censor games in Japan. New Sony censorship policy is forcing Japanese developers to censor themselves even in Japan. I hate this. I fucking hate these fucking people, dude. I fucking hate them. I hate them so much. I hate censorship so fucking much. Nikopara Volume 1 for PS4 removes settling, increases Steam. And Sony censorship policy removes crude items from Dead or Alive Extreme 3 Scarlet. Interestingly, about Dead or Alive, Venus Vacation is like consistently the #1 biggest gacha on the DMM player, which is like the Japanese DMM gacha game hub. So, Marvel has found itself in hot water mid-development on another mainline Senran Kagura title for the PlayStation 4 dubbed 7-Even. 7-Even. Okay. When Sony stepped in and started cracking down hard on Japanese developers making fan service heavy games. Fucking... Dude, the moment Sony moved their headquarters into the United States and out of Japan, that was like the beginning of the end. I'm sorry. That was like the worst thing that Oh God.
Yeah.
Sony demanded changes in censorship in order to meet their so-called global standards. These demands threw Senran Kagura 7 straight into limbo, as the changes that required left the game practically unsalvageable. Marvelous caved to Sony's over-the-top demands, leading the franchise creator, Kenichiro Takaki, to leave Marvelous entirely after 17 years. That's what I was talking about earlier. How the guy just he just said, "Fuck you, I'm out." I hate it. This story, it makes me sad. It makes me mad.
It is infuriating. Yeah, it's like the pattern repeating itself.
Fuck you, Sony. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck the ESRB. Fuck anything that contributes to censorship. I swear to God, you're all the bane of everyone's existence. He jumped ship from side games, leaving Senran Kagura effectively lifeless and relegated to mobile gacha games just to keep the brand name around. Yeah, the only thing that I know of that's Senran Kagura related is Dolphin Wave, which is also a gacha game on DMM that's based around Senran Kagura characters, where they're basically just like, they have like water pistols and jet skis, and you like go around shooting people on jet skis with water pistols. That's what it is. That's what it's been relegated to. Rune Factory has always been celebrated for its unique mix of farming simulation, dungeon crawling, RPG mechanics, and a detailed relationship building system with marriage options, all set in a charming fantasy world. The series lets players live a full life, balancing everything from crop growing to monster slaying to building deep bonds with townsfolk. Now, though, with Rune Factory 5, Marvelous and Xseed have traded the series' classic appeal for a broader, modern-day political agendas that feel forced and out of place. Marvelous may have stepped away from relying on Xseed for publishing anything other than smaller indie titles, but the impact Rune Factory 5 had on the fanbase remains, leaving a bitter taste and marking a low point for the franchise many fans once adored. Rune Factory 5 hit the Japanese market in a less than stellar state, plagued with performance problems, data corruption, and bizarre glitches like players falling through the ground upon entering new areas on the Nintendo Switch. Instead of fixing these critical issues, Marvelous, with Xseed pushing for modern-day inclusivity, decided to add same-sex romance options for the global release the following year. This addition came as a shock to many longtime fans, as Rune Factory traditionally focused on normal heterosexual relationships. They have a bunch of translated posts here. Awful. If you're going to implement this, please be sure to add an on-off function, okay? You're trying to appeal to overseas with this whole same-sex thing, right? I wouldn't have bought it if I knew this was what you were going to do. Shouldn't you have made a new character that you can same-sex marry? Or have it be an on-off thing like what everybody is saying? And shouldn't you be able to be focusing on something else instead of this? What the hell have you been doing all these months? Why? You ignored other problems for a same-sex romance update? You guys are dum-dums. Baka baka. What happens with the children if you go with the same-sex marriage? Can homo and lesbo even make children? How? Other than that, won't you do something about this stupid long loading time? You talked about that during the shareholders meeting, didn't you? Wouldn't it have been better to fix the bugs that prevented you from marrying the opposite sex instead of going with the same-sex marriage thing that even the overseas crowd are mocking? And before all that, shouldn't it be more of a priority to fix loading time and all of the bugs and errors that already exist, just like you mentioned to your customers during the shareholders meeting? See, the Japanese are very rapidly waking up to the Western corruption of the industry. The abrupt changes made during the localization process sparked backlash, and particularly in Japan, where fans weren't given an option. They were effectively forced to accept same-sex marriage via a game update. Despite this, Rune Factory 5 sold remarkably well, reaching over 500,000 units, largely thanks to the loyalty of its dedicated fan base. Yeah, but they got a sour taste in their mouth now, and Rune Factory 6 is on the ropes. So, fans who felt misled were vocal, with many feeling that Marvelous had given up on producing high-quality games with fan service appeal in favor of farming sims with lukewarm reception. They just keep going. They talk about Farmagia, which, according to Jazz, is actually really fun, but it got middling reviews, only 30% positive so far, so it's not really breaking out like they needed it to. And they have the big test as to like whether or not Marvelous will survive or not is based on the upcoming Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma. If Marvelous can't win back its core audience, especially after the disappointment surrounding Rune Factory 5, plagued with censorship and a focus on LGBT inclusivity over bug fixes, this could be the start of a hard financial downturn. Start? No, this is the end. This is the death.
Yeah.
Down 92%.
Yeah.
That's the start.
Very much so. This is, you're about to declare bankruptcy, like.
And he says that he actually doesn't expect Guardians of Azimuth to make much of a splash. It's becoming painfully clear that Marvelous has stepped away from what made its games popular. Fan service and a niche dedicated to following. Under pressure from its American branch, Xseed, Marvelous have instead pushed for a cleaner, more globally acceptable corporate image fixated on DEI and ESG initiatives. Marvelous once captivated a dedicated audience with its bold IPs, but that magic has long since faded. Instead, they're choosing to align with Western social standards around sexualization, pulling away from elements that fans loved. With this shift, Marvelous may very well be operating on borrowed time. As they sideline their own studio for what they think will appeal to a broader audience, the company will likely continue to suffer. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like, how many Japanese studios have to die in the same way before they fucking start figuring out that, hey, maybe we shouldn't have gone the Western route. Maybe we should have continued being ourselves, which is what made us so fucking popular in the first place.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Japan, the less Japanese you become, the more you will suffer. Simple as. Okay.
Yeah, no, this is...
All right, I got a few more here. Rockstar co-founder's 6-year-old claimed that he was thankful not to be launching GTA 6 during a Trump presidency has aged like milk.
Huh?
So in 2018, Dan Houser said GTA 6 would be out of date within 2 minutes in Trump's America. Basically, he said way back in the day that he's glad that GTA 6 wasn't going to release while Trump was in office, and it's coming out like in a year or two, which is going to be right in the middle of Trump's second term.
Yeah,
which is just fucking funny, dude. GTA 6 is going to be a massive fucking game. That game is going to make billions of dollars no matter what. So
no, it's gonna be groundbreaking.
Gonna be massive. Hogwarts Legacy sequel will align with the HBO Potter show. So they announced just a month ago or so that they're releasing a DLC, like a big DLC update with
DLC? Okay.
for the first for Hogwarts Legacy, and they're actually at work now on a full-on sequel, and it's like their top priority because they want the game to release alongside the show.
This is gonna suck.
I don't know. Let me read this real quick. A sequel to the popular Harry Potter action-adventure game Hogwarts Legacy is a high priority for Warner Brothers, with the company revealing the first details about this follow-up in a recent interview. Speaking to Variety, Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment President David Haddad called the sequel a very big priority for the company, going on to admit that fans are looking for more things in this world, and that WB Games wants to build authentic experiences to delight them. Haddad also confirmed that WB's gaming team is working with Warner Brothers Television to ensure that big-picture storytelling elements align with what will happen in the upcoming Harry Potter HBO series. I don't know how this is going to work, because Hogwarts Legacy takes place 200 years before the movies. So how is it there's no cross-pollination. If they're too far removed from each other, how is this going to work?
Yeah, they're probably going to fucking jump to the future and make a game.
I don't know.
Every time they make fucking games to follow movies and shows, it always sucks. The first game is already mediocre as fuck, super boring. So I have no fucking.
I actually really liked the first one.
Did you?
I really did. Yeah, I had a ton of fun with it. I really liked it.
It was so boring. It got so repetitive, and it's just one thing over and over again.
The thing about the first Hogwarts Legacy is you have to remember that Harry Potter is it's like Star Wars for millennials. Okay, it is.
Yeah, but I don't like Harry Potter, so
well, that's why you thought it was boring. But
yeah,
for people,
probably.
But the thing is, you have to remember how this franchise is pretty much the only thing keeping Warner Brothers afloat at this point. It's like the only thing they've got, because they've completely fucked the DC universe. And while I applaud them for trying to change it up with the James Gunn reboot that's coming up next year, I don't have confidence that that's going to be a thing, because people are fucking sick of superhero movies.
Absolutely.
Harry Potter is the only thing that Warner Brothers has right now. And even then, it's not a sure thing because of those fucking what are the Fantastic Beasts movies? That you know. So not even that is a sure thing. Now, people have been getting hyped up because that's the thing. Like the show that they're making is supposed to follow the books. So it's supposed to be like season 1, book 1, season 2, book 2, so on and so forth. So it's like, how the hell is this game that takes place 200 years before, before the books? How is it supposed to like maintain consistency and time? There's too much of a time gap. Like, why not just let it be its own thing? Like, why does it have to tie in? Also, by the way, nobody played Quidditch All Stars or whatever that game was. Because remember, they planned to do like a live service Quidditch game, and that's why they didn't include Quidditch in the original Hogwarts Legacy. And then they released it with no advertising, and nobody played it. Like, if you look at the Steam database right now, it's got like 60 people playing it. Like, it's a dead game.
Damn.
So we didn't get Quidditch in Hogwarts Legacy because greedy live service, greedy idiots at Warner Brothers saw live service games and tried to make Quidditch into a live service games, but they didn't realize that they don't know how the fuck to do a live service game. So yeah, like, it also makes sense. Like, yeah, of course it's a very big priority. It's like the number 1 priority because, again, Harry Potter is the only thing they've got. It's the only thing they've got. So I don't know, man. I'm gonna play the game. Like, I don't actually have any doubts that the game will be awful. Because the game sold like 23, 24 million copies. It was massive success. You know what I mean? Like, people are gonna buy that game.
They are, because Harry Potter.
It's a huge franchise.
Millennials. Millennials love Star Wars.
But my thing is, like, why can't it just be its own thing? Why does it have to tie into the show?
Yeah, that's what's fucking dumb. Like,
it's
every time
weird.
they do this shit, it fucking tanks.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense. Like, why?
And I feel like forcing it to like meet the time, the release window of the first game or the first of the show, you're basically like now you're rushing the process, so you're gonna get a quality drop, So I don't know. We'll see. The first one, I mean, honestly, the combat was more involved than I thought it would be, and the environments are beautiful. Like Hogwarts Castle is fucking
looks good.
Gorgeous. It's a beautiful, like, fidelity wise and just art and presentation wise, the game is a 10 out of 10. Outside of that, though, I understand. I totally understand. Honestly, it does take some time to get going. It's like, I gotta go to potions class. Fuck.
The real experience of Harry Potter.
Exactly.
High school,
but the thing is, it's like, for fans of the franchise, their dream is going to potions class. You know what I mean? Like, that's living the fantasy to Harry Potter fans.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I totally understand
nerds,
it, and you can tell that the people who made the game also loved Harry Potter. Like, you could tell. You could tell that there's a lot of love that went into that game. So we'll see. And then let me get to one last thing, which I have to talk about because it's on the thumbnail. Roger Zemekis explains why Who Framed Roger Rabbit 2 isn't ever going to see the light of day, and his reasons sadly make a lot of sense. What do you think it is?
By the thumbnail, probably something to do with Jessica.
Yeah, it's Jessica Rabbit. It's pretty easy.
It's fucking. It's probably something very spicy for YouTube.
Well, nowadays it can be counted among the children's movies that, in retrospect, weren't so appropriate for children. It was never a children's movie. That's a big lie. It was never. It was never a kids' movie.
Roger Rabbit was never a kids movie.
Just because it's animated doesn't mean it's for kids. Look at look at Heavy Metal. Look at Cool World. Like these are not. Look at South Park. These are not for kids.
No, absolutely.
Let's see. There's no question that Who Framed Roger Rabbit is a classic. Yeah, honestly, I go look at the behind-the-scenes making of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The lengths that they went through to pull off certain effects in that movie are insane. They were so dedicated to the craft in that game, in that the making of the original movie. It's the behind the scenes is just as entertaining as the movie itself. It's one of the best like behind the scenes thing you'll ever watch. I highly recommend it. But anyway, from being packed with lines that still hit fresh to boasting many interesting behind the scenes facts. Oh, there we go. The movie about private investigator Eddie Valiant working to prove the innocence of a popular tune, Roger Rabbit, has restrained critical acclaim status ever since it was released in 1988. Unfortunately, a sequel.
88.
I know, right? The fact that this was it was done the year before The Little Mermaid got released.
Bro, this is 10 years before I was born.
I know, and it's have you watched it?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it's you look at it, you're just wow, that's
it.
this is technologically impressive, and it was made in 1988.
It feels like it's a 90s movie, right?
Yeah,
late
it
90s.
feels a decade ahead of its time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, a sequel never followed, and as much as I hate to admit it, the reasons director Robert Zemekis shared for why Who Framed Roger Rabbit 2 can never happen makes sense. Disney's current leadership allegedly isn't interested in Roger Rabbit. Zemeckis stopped by Happy, Sad, Confused, that's a podcast, I think, to talk with host Josh Horowitz about his 2024 movie release here. And during the latter portion of the conversation, Who Framed Roger Rabbit came up. Horowitz brought up how he'd learned from Zemeckis years earlier that Jeffrey Price and Peter Seaman, who wrote the 1988 movie, had also penned a sequel that the filmmaker was really excited about, prompting Zemeckis to say, yeah, there's a good script sitting at Disney, but here's what you have to know, and you know this, the current Disney would never make Roger Rabbit today, so they can't make a movie with Jessica in it. So the Seaman and Price sequel script isn't ever going to see the light of day, as good as it is, because look what they did to Jessica at the theme park. They trust her in a trench coat. Let me see if I could actually. I tracked down images of her. I actually watched. I watched a ride through video on YouTube because I knew where it was in the ride because I'm a theme park nerd. Let me bring up what they did to Jessica in the theme park. Hang on 1 second. I can do this pretty quick. So here's her in a newspaper article in the queue for the ride. So you see that they stuck her in a trench coat and a hat because she's got to be a strong, empowered woman who don't need no man, right? And then on the ride, it's a little bit blurry, but this is what she looks like on the ride. So she's literally just covered from shoulder to ankle in a raincoat or in a trench coat with gloves. They even put gloves on her and hat. We can't show any skin at all, and that's her entire presentation in the ride. So that's what he's talking about when he says they trust her in a trench coat. Yeah, it's pathetic. I have no doubt that another major hurdle towards making Who Framed Roger Rabbit 2 is how it would be a lot harder for Disney to come to arrangements with other companies. That's the other thing. It's that was the only time in history where we saw Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse in the same frame together. You have an idea how hard it is to get the rights to all these characters?
Absolutely.
So
fucking.
But yeah, you actually do see
the whole budget of the movie would be just to put this deal together. Yeah,
but with the way Robert Zemeckis is talking, it sounds like that's a moot point. The powers that be at the Mouse House apparently just aren't interested in revisiting this property, which Zemeckis says is due to the scantily clad Jessica Rabbit. In that last sentence, Zemeckis is referring to how Jessica has been seen wearing a trench coat and fedora in the artwork for the Roger Rabbit's cartoon spin rides at Disneyland and Tokyo Disneyland since 2021. That's the other thing, is that Bob Hoskins died. The fucking legendary Bob Hoskins who played the detective, he died years ago. And it's like, man, you can't do a Roger Rabbit. Like, you have to have those three characters. You have to have Roger Rabbit, Jessica Rabbit. You could change the voice actors for the animated characters and get away with it, but you gotta have Bob Hoskins in there, and he's dead, so it's a dead sequel.
No,
they passed the window. Given Disney's frequent avoidance with sexually suggestive material with its more kid-friendly movies, I can't say I'm surprised by this explanation Robert Zemekis gave, though I don't like it. But even ignoring that corporate preference, without Bob Hoskins, who played Eddie Valiant, and he died in 2014, so like 10 years ago. Yeah. There's no way for the Who Framed Roger Rabbit 2 script to be properly realized on the big screen. As the director laid out, when the sequel was written, a lot of the story was that Eddie was no longer with us, but he would show up as a ghost in certain times. But I guess we wouldn't be able to do it now. It had been one thing to have Bob Hoskins play Eddie Valiant as a ghost while he was still around, but even on the off chance Disney was willing to look the other way on Jessica Rabbit, work out details with those other companies, and move forward with Who Framed Roger Rabbit 2, it wouldn't feel right to have Eddie simply be recast. Honestly, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. This is the same attitude that they had towards Black Panther. I think it's completely fine if they had recasted Chadwick Boseman, had Black Panther in there, and then you could say, you know what, right at the end of the movie, in memory of Chadwick Boseman. I think that would have been completely fine. Like, again, the audience understands. We understand that you need to make a Black Panther movie, and the actor unfortunately died. You know, we understand that you need to recast him, and as long as you pay your respects, it's cool. You're okay. Yeah. I don't agree with this attitude that when an actor like dies, that you can no longer do the project. I don't agree with that.
Me neither.
You pay your respects. You pay your respects to Bob Hoskins. Hell, you can even dedicate the making of the whole movie to Bob Hoskins. Say like the whole movie gets at the end of the movie in memory of Bob Hoskins. You know what I mean? That would go a long way. That would go a long way with the audience. You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't agree with that attitude. So he said you'll have to with streaming Who Framed Roger Rabbit with your Disney Plus subscription. Yeah, I don't have Disney Plus, nor will I ever get Disney Plus because Disney is evil. So
forget Disney Plus. You can never sue Disney if they kill your wife. Remember that, Jack.
God, that story. Oh my God.
That story was so insane. Yeah, I'll never forget that.
Oh man.
Never forget that. And I'll always shit on Disney for doing that.
All right, I got one more for you before we wrap up. Okay. One more.
Hit me with it. Hit me with it.
New research on female video game characters uncovers a surprising twist. Female gamers prefer playing as highly sexualized characters despite disliking them.
Wow, you're telling me sex is selling?
We needed research for this?
Oh
how much money was spent to figure this out? I mean, you could have just asked any gamer. Like, no shit. Like, every gamer already knew this. Well, I guess that's what they did. I guess that's what they did technically do, is they just asked a bunch of female gamers.
Yeah, they just go on Twitter. Girls, like, do you like big boobs on your video games? The overwhelming majority will say yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Guess what? Girls are also perverts. They also love big titties, okay?
That's
Everyone
right.
loves big titties.
Well, the thing is that, like, when it comes to, like, this is like the whole, like, oh, you're just a gooner, you're just a porn addict, all this kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
They equate, like, so you're saying that a character has to be ugly or she's a porn star, then there's no in between there?
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, like, this is the thing, it's actually them who are sexualizing the characters, because beauty and visually, aesthetically pleasing, characters doesn't have to mean sexual. Like, these are not the same things. It's like, I can appreciate a beautiful woman without whipping my dick out and jacking it to her. The same way I can enjoy a beautiful sunset over a mountain. You know what I mean? It's beautiful. It's a pleasant thing to look at. I don't have to jack off to it. You know what I mean? Like, and
absolutely.
That's what people prefer. We prefer aesthetically pleasing things. It doesn't mean that we're constantly jacking it. You know, like
Exactly.
it's them who are weirdly sexualizing this shit.
Yeah.
All right,
exactly.
let me read
I mean,
this.
Case in point, look at fucking the Arcane cast. Like every woman is in that cast is like aesthetically pleasing.
They
Not
are.
all of them are like pinup dolls. Like you can maybe see
Mhm.
Mel was very like sexual.
I mean,
and-
honestly, like Caitlyn is the only one that is arguably like sexy. You know what I mean? Like because
Yeah.
Vi is like clearly, obviously made to be like a butch lesbian kind of
Yeah.
design. You know,
Mhm.
it's very obvious,
absolutely.
and it works for her character. You know what I mean? Like
very
you have
much.
somebody he's basically like a brawler who's in there beating the shit out of people with giant metal fists. Yeah, that's gonna be a butch
Yeah.
lesbian. It makes sense for her to look the way she looks. Same thing with Jinx. You know what I mean? She's
Yeah,
very petite.
exactly.
She's very live. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But
Yes,
Kate-
exactly.
Yeah, they're pleasing to look
Great
at.
designs. They're beautiful
Yeah.
women. Fucking
Yeah, and Bessa is
Exactly.
beautiful to look at. She's not really
yeah,
sexy.
And Bessa, dude.
She's not really
Like, she's
sexy.
So, yeah,
you know?
she's so far from the fucking
Dude, when she-
standard of sexiness, right?
Yeah, that
But
freaking
still, she's a
outfit that she had
beautiful
on.
character.
That outfit she had on when she was like appointing, when she gave
Oh,
the speech,
yeah.
dude, that
Yeah.
thing was amazing. She had her hair
Bro.
like tied into that disc or
Dude.
whatever. I was like, damn,
Yeah,
dude,
no,
this looks fucking
what a-
awesome.
What a woman, dude.
You know?
You know what I'm saying?
but
Yeah,
she doesn't look sexy though. Like I don't want to
Exactly.
I don't want to bend her over a rail. You know, it's like I'm just
Yeah, it's-
appreciating like the visual pleasantness of what I'm looking at. You know, and it's like these
Yeah.
people can't figure out that like you can enjoy beautiful women without cooming to them.
Yeah.
like,
Fucking, it's so ridiculous. Like how Gunnar became like a fucking.
well,
regular-
it's a conversation termination tactic. That's all it is.
Yeah. It is.
So, all right. Can a
ahead.
strong female character who is also highly sexualized inspire positive perceptions from players? Not necessarily, according to a new study in communication research. Researchers found that while strength in video or in female video game characters might signal capability, it doesn't counterbalance the negative impact of sexualization. But in a surprising twist, it only to whoever the fuck you are. Like,
Yeah.
because it's not us. It's not us. It's not gamers. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
not a
yeah.
surprise. It's not a surprise to any gamer. You know?
Yeah.
Like it was a part of the culture since the beginning. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Sex.
Like this is not surprise to anyone who knows what games are like.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's like you don't see Hollywood uglifying their women. No, they're
Great point.
They're putting Sydney Sweeney in front of us. They're putting Scarlett Johansson in front of us. They're putting all these people, these beautiful women and guys, in front of us. You know,
Yeah.
like because
Exactly.
they understand that, like, yeah, people aren't like whipping their dicks out in the movie theater and jacking it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But it's
Yeah, exactly.
it's aesthetically pleasant to look at, and Hollywood of all people still understand this. You know, so the fact that Hollywood, even
fucking-
Hollywood, still has this
Yeah.
figured out, but the games industry doesn't, is a damnation on the games industry.
It's a fucking joke.
Yeah.
Honestly.
And let me see. But in a completely not surprising twist, female participants, despite generally disliking highly sexualized characters, they tell that to you because they think that that's what they're supposed to say,
Yeah.
but they don't.
Yeah.
I don't think they even dislike them.
Yeah, it's a lot of like maintaining like images, right?
Well, they
Like,
think, yeah, I think a lot of female gamers, they like sexy characters, but a lot of them feel like they kind of categorize it as a guilty pleasure. So when they're confronted about it, they say like, yeah, I
Yeah.
don't really like it, but they actually do. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because they
absolutely.
feel like this misplaced shame or something. It's like, no, you're allowed to
Yeah.
like beauty, like that. It's normal to be attracted to beauty.
Mhm.
Like this is basic human biology. There's nothing to be ashamed about. Nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're more likely to choose these characters when given the option to play as one. The study sheds light on why, even in today's gaming landscape, character design matters, and how different types of interactions, from watching it to playing, shape player perceptions. A character's sex appeal and strength both play a role in how players perceive them, but these perceptions shift depending on whether players are simply watching or actively engaging with the character. Yeah, that makes sense. You kind of saw the sentiment a little bit with Stellar Blade, because like Eve in Stellar Blade is like this, you know, this gorgeous woman, this gorgeous curvy woman, but she doesn't like acknowledge it in any way in the gameplay. You know what I mean? Like she's like, she has no self-awareness about it. You know what I mean?
No, I do.
Because she's a robot.
Yeah,
So-
that's kind of her thing, right? Like this is not something.
It
That's
makes sense for her.
programmed to her.
It makes sense for her to not be like aware of it. You know?
Yeah, exactly. It's not something that she's concerned about.
The portrayal of female characters in video games has long been a topic of debate. Critics argue that many games excessively emphasize sexual appeal in female characters, potentially reinforcing objectifying views that prioritize appearance over their qualities. Well, this is the problem, though, is that having a sexy appearance and having other qualities are not mutually exclusive things. You can have sexy and be multidimensional. You ever think about that? You don't have to be ugly to have different facets of your personality. Like, what a ridiculous notion.
Good-looking people also have emotions. Wow, I would never.
I know
guess
what an awful thing to say about pretty people. It's like, oh, you're pretty, you must have a vapid, nothing personality. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
What an awful thing to think, you know?
Yeah. What the fuck is this? Like the 2002? Are we making like a fucking coming to age?
And I also feel
movie
like
or
this is like
something?
a very, I swear to God, this is like a really American attitude as well, because like Americans aren't used to seeing like a lot of beautiful people just out and about, because 60% of women in this country are like obese. You know what I mean? But like when Americans like travel to like other countries, like they go to like Eastern Europe or countries in Asia, the one of the things they notice like immediately, especially guys, is that like, what the hell, like all the girls are like pretty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's like it's not normal to be pretty in America. I hope RFK can fix part of that. Make seed oils beef tallow again. Anyway, let's see. Some researchers, however, suggest that the frequent portrayal of female characters as strong and capable might counterbalance the negative impacts of sexual objectification. The study's authors aim to understand it if such strength cues might actually mitigate negative impressions of sexual female characters. They also wanted to explore how the nature of interaction, whether players actively control a character or just observe them on screen, affects these perceptions. I think it's important to understand how gender socialization and prejudice like sexism inform video game development and player experiences, said study author Teresa Lynch, an assistant professor of communications technology at The Ohio State University and director of the Kronos Laboratory. Oh my gosh, you sound like the life of the party.
Right. So interesting.
Sexism pervades gaming. Oh, fuck off. This is clearly an outsider. For example, game content overwhelmingly features male characters to the exclusion of central female or gender minoritized characters. Games that do feature female or gender minoritized characters often unfavorably stereotype and objectify these groups. In online gaming experiences, men and boys target women, girls, and gender minoritized individuals with sexist and harassing communication. Oh my gosh, I'm so sick of hearing this shit. I'm so sick of hearing. Get out of here, tourists. Fuck off. That's what this is a tourist attitude. This is a textbook tourist attitude.
Absolutely. This is
it's like, no, it's not sexism.
No, what they're talking
it's
about.
not sexism. It's fun. That's literally what we think it is. Like, and that's the thing. Like, female gamers who came into the space like way back in the day, and said, I actually like it for what it is, and I'm not entering the space to infiltrate and change it. Like, they would get on Call of Duty boards and throw the same shit right back at. What's that famous one where that woman was like, you know, I'm gonna fuck your dad and give him a child that he actually loves.
Yeah,
like, that's like one of the most like amazing burns I've ever heard.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
No, there's so many of like clips and videos of like girls just fucking absolutely shitting on Gamer
Well,
Boys, and
VTubers
it's
are
fucking-
notorious for doing this.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like it's not like sexism. The thing is
Like, I see-
these
yeah.
like this space is very fucking what's the word? Like it enables a lot of toxicity, right? Like it enables the talk shitting. It enables the people shitting on each other when they're better. You know, it's not a fucking gender thing. It's a culture thing in gaming, right? And
Yeah.
when people see, like people from outside see this, they think it's like all of that they're blabbering about on forever in this fucking article, but they just don't understand what they're talking about. They're just repeating the same rhetoric over and over again that they saw someone talk about, like very briefly. It's fucking.
They're looking at a unique subculture the way they look at all unique subcultures from the same bland ideological academic lens. That's what it is. They just take this. They have this. They have the academic language, theories, all this pseudoscientific bullshit, and they just shove that into every subculture that they analyze. Like, it's the only way that they can look at things. So and it's just like, it's just so boring. It's boring. It's predictable. It's worthless. Yeah, it's no wonder they were so shocked. No wonder they were so shocked.
Yeah,
you know,
what a surprise it was.
It's like these people that they have no fucking clue about anything. Like, they don't know what the subculture is like. They don't know like how male and female interactions are naturally in the subculture, and they don't understand how like the females want this. Like, they got into the culture because they like it, not because they want to change it, until people like this came along, infiltrated the culture, and have significantly altered it for the worse.
Yeah.
So the researchers controlled 2 controlled experiments to investigate how different design elements influence perceptions of female video game characters. Each experiment used unique character designs created in the fighting game Soul Calibur 6. Man, that was a flop of a game. Providing participants with a range of female characters that varied systematically in their sexualization and strength cues. Is there just like a summary of... Oh, here we go. Gender differences at a surprising twist. This is all methodology shit. I don't... Interesting gender-based differences emerged in character preferences. Female participants generally disliked highly sexualized characters, but were more likely to choose characters with high femininity traits, typically associated with higher sexualization cues, when given a choice. Male participants, on the other hand, gravitated towards characters that were strong, yet less sexualized, indicating different gender-based preferences in the interpretation of character traits. I wasn't surprised by the fact that participants in our studies disliked the sexualized female characters, Lynch told SidePost. I think, especially among younger generations who have grown up with social media and intuitively understand how media perpetuate impossible beauty standards, there's increasing scrutiny and critique around sexual objectification. Yeah, but that's all bullshit. You know what that's called? That's called peer pressure. That's all that is.
Yeah.
That's just basic bitch peer pressure. It's like,
absolutely.
when you get people like like when you get people to like this is like the whole like the hidden Trump vote kind of thing. Like, they tell pollsters one thing, they tell their friends one thing, but when they get into that polling booth and they're all alone, they nod for Trump because fuck you. You know what I mean? It's the same kind of thing here.
Absolutely.
You know, they project they project this fake moral position on the sexualization of female characters. They ostracize you for not adhering to that, but the moment that you're able to, like, that's the thing. It's like, suppressing it doesn't get rid of it. You know what I mean? It's still there. So when they're asked about it in a safe environment, that's what they go with, because they didn't actually change. That said, I was surprised to see that in our first study, women still selected the most sexualized character when asked which character they would choose to play. It is important to remember that this character was also rated as the most feminine, so it's possible that women were just selecting the character they most identified with. However, this finding highlights why this research is so important. If women are conflating sexual appeal with femininity, then can they disassociate those two concepts? And if entertainment media like video games continue to portray female characters by emphasizing sex appeal, how does that shape expectations of women and women's value in society? Well, the thing is, it's like, here's the thing. women's value in society, you can be valuable. You can have sex appeal, sex value, and other values as well. Again, they keep setting up these fake dichotomies where like they keep like falsely saying that like to be one, if you're one thing, you can't be the other, and it's like they're just setting up these false scenarios. It's like you can have sex appeal, and because it's the thing, like guess who has sex appeal? Fucking like porn stars. Do you want to marry a porn star? No, because men can you can say you want to marry like an 8. Like an 8 is like the ideal person to marry, right? You know what I mean? Because it's like yeah, there's sex appeal as has value, but there are other values that make them that separate them from being sluts to being marriage material. You know what I mean? Like there are other values that women have besides being beautiful, and it's like you don't have to have those other. You don't have to be ugly to be those other values. Like this is fucking crazy to me. Like watch a Miss America pageant. They always have like a talent portion of the show. You know what I mean? At least those women are hot and can do a useless thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do.
It's like, yeah. So this goes on and on and on. But yeah, it's just they're just stating the obvious. It's just hilarious to me. Like they're doing all this intricate research and all this focus group shit, all these surveys, all these test scenarios and stuff like that to figure out what all of us on this side
already know.
We know intuitively. You know what I mean? So it's just like fascinating watching these academic, twats come down out of their towers and project their basic bitch, sexism, feminism shit onto our culture, and then say like, and then try to shame us for it, basically. Shame women. Like they've created a culture where women, they prefer it, but they feel guilty about it. Why do they feel guilty about it? It's because bitches like this, this Lynch person, creating an outsider shaming. It's like, fuck you.
Yeah.
All you ladies, all zero ladies at the chat out there, do not feel shame. Do not be shamed into not liking sexy. Okay, it's totally fine. In fact, it's good. It's a good thing that you like sexy. It's normal. It's healthy. It's human biology. It's cool. You should promote it.
Yeah.
Make games sexy again. All right. Well, that's all I had. We've been going for a while. We are approaching the end of the 5th hour. So, do you have any closing comments or anything like that?
Chat, just like what you like and tell other people to eat shit if they bother you about it.
Yeah.
It's always the recipe to being happy, all right?
You have to remember, the goal isn't happiness. The goal is satisfaction. Those are not the same thing.
Exactly. Satisfaction. Yeah, because happiness is maybe a little too much for us.
Yeah, pursuit of happiness leads to hedonism. Although, judging by your avatar, you probably think that's a good thing.
Yeah, sure.
No, you want fulfillment. That's probably the best word. You want fulfillment.
No, I want hedonism. Yeah. I want bitches all along on my dick. That's what I want. Fuck you. I'm a slut. I'm gonna take off my shirt now.
But oh god, the nips came out. Oh god, we gotta end fast. Happiness is a byproduct of fulfillment, chat. That's what you really want to seek out, is fulfillment. What fulfills you? That doesn't mean happiness. They're not the same thing. Anyway, I'm gonna stop Christianizing to you guys. Asta, where can everybody find you?
Everybody can find me on fucking Twitter, Blue Sky, fucking Newgrounds. Just look my name up, King_Rosier.
Rosier.
Yeah, Rosier with an S. I post art. I do very sexy art. If you guys love free the nipple, blah blah, free the nipple. Yes, I draw that. I draw a lot of nipples. So check that out. Only if you're 18 plus, by the way. Yeah, I forgot to mention.
There you go.
18 plus, like my art. Yeah. Yeah, and on Discord, just follow, join the collective. I'm a member of the collective with Helmsman, Rosa, Jazz, Patho, all the good crew. All right, and you're always gonna find me every now and then on their channels for D&D or for podcasts. Yeah,
there you go.
That's pretty much it.
All right. Well, I've got a watch along, like right now, pretty much.
Oh shit!
I think I scheduled it for 7 o'clock, so which is mountain time,
right on
which
time,
is like right now. So you know where to find me, chat, right here on this channel. I am also in the collective. I have my own Discord server. All the links are in the chat. I will add Asta's information probably tomorrow to the video description, so you can find him at all those links. And I'll see you on the next one. Thanks, chat. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for coming around, Asta. Thanks for filling in. It was a ton of fun.
Thanks for the it was fun. It was a lot of fun. I was a little bit nervous at the beginning, but it was fun.
You're good. You're good. All right. Watch is yours, chat. Take care.